Finds a bit of damage. But at the very least, the information's come in. Ooh. What? Okay. All right. Fair enough. He's gone to recover a USP. I was going to say, like, are we honestly going to be splitting up here in a 2-on-2? Some of you on low HP. Is that the wisest decision? Nonetheless, they group back up. They've got a minute left, and they're going to look to use that time as best they can. Meanwhile, the CTs very, very quickly have you know, sniffed out the fact that we're having a patient kind of round here. So instead of grouping up, instead of fully selling ourselves on that A hit, they've decided to split up, which again can be somewhat risky, but maybe they're confident in the fact that at least one of these players is heavily tagged up. The odds of, you know, knowing that Shiro was -30 is, you know, very, 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 very slim. But Inters, I imagine, someone must have pelted a lot of bullets into him and is saying that he is somewhat low. 20 seconds left here, Keith. They've got to make a move. They really do. It looks like quickly up short. Therefore, we'll have to get through Mir on this USP, who is in the perfect position, right? To, at the very least, just provide a little bit of resistance. This is tight. This is tight in terms of the timing. He's not going to go for the peak. Is he going to go for the jump peak? No. He's really just playing the time in his advantage, creeping up through ramp. We'll get the catch onto Intis. Oh, my goodness, that's a little bit awkward. Does finally manage to get it. All going to be onto Shiro. Clutch master from yesterday, and he begins today in exactly the same fashion. Gambit youngsters picking up the pistol.
Why am I surprised every time Shiro clutches? Like, I shouldn't be anymore. It's just what he does. P250 on pistol round, he gets 4 kills. Not only that, but he was a part of the brawl at long that turned bloody real quick, and Gambit youngsters walked away in an awkward situation. He is the one who got those trade kills, and then he wins the round with a P250. Absurd there from Shiro, but I mean, why do I expect anything else? Spirit gonna force back up here. Scriv trying to make things a little aggressive here, and Chopper, he's the first with a deeg, and all the while little Mira snuck up towards top mid. A little bit of switching of positions here.
Oh, eats a nade. Yeah, I mean, still kind of close, and keeping the economy under check early on, really, really important, I would imagine, for Spirit here, just to, you know, make sure they have their checks on Gambit youngsters, not getting too far ahead, not getting too comfortable. I honestly do feel like these maps, this game, is going to be turned by those big clutch moments, which, to be honest, we saw a lot of from Gambit youngsters yesterday. They really, really did look good on Inferno, I believe. You know, on that T side, there was a lot of clutches coming in. So if they can tap into that again, exploit the fact that Spirit might be a little bit messy as well, it could end up going in their favor, and I think they kind of know it. Really, really slow stuff again, though. Only 30 seconds left. 3-on-3, with one of them holding top middle once again. So very similar to the way the pistol played out, actually. Meanwhile, all the CTs are already here, ready and waiting. MP9 up close is denied. Scout over at Gandalf. Also not effective. Hobbit gonna drop some Die Young. Okay, what is that?
Okay, we're in for a treat. I'm telling you, if this is how we're starting, we're in for something here. That is, from the clutch on pistol from Shiro to the scout shots we just witnessed, we're gonna be gifted a treat. I can already tell, Scriv, what is happening early. At least Gambit youngsters escape with a few alive. They really had to force that bomb plant with time becoming an issue. Good on Spirit to really just apply pressure constantly to make that site take a little nerve-wracking. Even for a force buy, they did a nice job of just isolating and just forcing these T's into a fight that they wanted. So really cool stuff to see there, as Gambit youngsters are just going to group, take their weapon advantage, and just take it all the way up long. It's just a typical go-to move. We've seen them do this time and time again.
Yeah, it makes sense. They really are pushing into long at the moment and making that a mainstay of their attack right now. Definitely does make a lot of sense, but at the same time, not showing too much of their hand early on. Easy cleanup so far. Despite the fact that they're stacked on top of each other. Nafany, got to be careful. That spray transfer is lovely. Meanwhile, some Young actually able to find Nafany with the spam on the USP. So he does eventually fall. Bites off a bit more than he could chew. But I'm sure he's happy for that because it makes the decision for him as to whether he holds on to the Glil or upgrades to an AK.
All right into these double ops. No hesitation. Shiro gonna stick with the scout. He needs no op. But STY and Itis Balance, they surely want them, don't they? And look at Gambit Youngsters, Griff. Look at the minimap. Right back to this default. That is their bread and butter. This is something they did yesterday on Dust 2 that dismantled the teams they've played. And it's something they've been doing consistently. Quick paints mid control off of this lower default. They get catwalk control in mid, typically for free all the time. But Itis Balance has a little bit of a spanner in the works with his OPEC car.
Yeah, I feel like not having an answer to these double orbs, like, I guess the scout, but it's like half an answer. It's going to be deadly, and there you see some Young on that first one. Crack angle, flicks up. Only does spot one, so not quite ready for it, but it looks like he actually is. Quick reaction onto Nafany. Really good stuff. Meanwhile, enters up and above the smoke, able to drop one. If you can get this guy at car, this would be absolutely perfect. Wow, Gambit Youngsters. Again, just continuing to impress with rounds like that. 3-on-2. They are half going for it here on the CT side, but I don't know. With a man down, yeah, you can see Itis Balance wants to save his AWP. Magic sticking around. Fancies himself in a 1-on-3, I guess. Some kind of a bone to pick with the Gambit Youngsters players. I'm not sure. Either way, he can't find anything, and now he's going to get flanked out. So, not quite sure the thought process there, but a fourth round for Gambit Youngsters, and one where they're able to come back from behind. It was a 4-on-3. Some Young really being a thorn in their side, but he is able to find a couple, but it's just not enough in the end. Really good stuff from Gambit Youngsters to come back from that.
Wow. I mean, Dust 2 is kind of the place where Gambit, with man disadvantage, still somehow pull rounds out. Scriv, it's just their map. Awkward situations and everything else on top of it. It's their playground when they're on this T side. They just work the map gorgeously. Spirit, not really a chance into that one. Gambit showing, again, resilience for a young team. This map has been a staple. Great flash, but Itis Balance, well-timed shot. His pit player may be short-lived here in the form of Magic, but he's coming back to help, actually, Scriv.
Yeah, it could be deadly here if they don't deal with it properly. They do manage to isolate Magix, take him down. Oh, Winters. Really playing with fire there, yeah. A few too many angles for him to be watching and checking. Will fall, AK now retrieved. Chopper does have armor, and I'm sure he would love that AK from some Young. I got the kill. Yeah, okay. Thank you. But I got the kill. I have armor and you don't. Let's be fair. But it's a little messy. It's a little messy. Gambit Youngsters, man down. Now another rifle in play. They really have to watch out. It is, again, another tough scenario for them to come back from. One that, in this case, shouldn't really exist. I do feel, with Nafany going down so early, maybe Inters ditches his lurk play. Run boost, not finding any success. Oh, Itis Balance, though. Going for that peak. A bit of a blunder, if you ask me, but all the same, we'll see here. 3-on-3, still definitely doable.
20 seconds.
For the pistols, not a lot of time to play with. Oh, and this boost up is going to be so awkward. They drop it, though, and it's heard. Shiro takes out some Young through the smoke. Meanwhile, on the edge of the other smoke is Chopper, looking to deny the round. Not going to happen. Jumping Deeg, also not going to happen. Mir, the only one left in a 1-on-2. 4 bullets to his name. Needs to find some quick 1-Deegs, and he does land the shots, but not in the right spots. They're so low here. Gets the reload off. First comes through, and Axel has to be so careful. Does find the headshot. And Gambit youngsters saved from disaster, but my goodness, a little close for comfort.
Yeah, I mean, this re-peek, he was trying to throw a one-way smoke, but then just peeked a little early. Falling off this boost was, I think, just an error by accident. It would have worked out really nicely, I think, with the player one-waying the smoke back on elbow. But just falling off at the most awkward of times, getting sprayed down thanks to that sound cue. And they do deal damage. They kill 4 players. Let's not again be youngsters. That's not so bad. With a very light investment in Chopper, he wants some. He's going to push up into lower. He goes down to 1 HP. He'll get traded. A lot of pressure on Magix now. He has support in the corner for Midas Balance. And Shiro can't really swing to help his teammate. He has to stay posted in the corner. Really well done from Spirit again. They've set the presence of the op being on long. Shiro cannot come out to trade his teammate. And Gamma youngsters into another round with a disadvantage. Can they really pull back another?
I know, it's kind of crazy, isn't it, that we've seen so many rounds go their way despite losing these early advantages, and pretty hefty early advantages. The amount of times we've seen them come into a 4-on-3, even a 5-on-3. Really just making life hard for themselves, to be honest. Run boost coming in once again, clearing out short. Gonna go for run boost version 2. Oh, straight into the crosshair. I just balanced. Thank you very much. Lovely stuff. He was perfectly angled for that. It ends up being a bit embarrassing for Nafany, and now into a 4-on-2. So, really not looking good for the Gambit youngsters, boys. The bomb will go down. Shiro and enters, and I mean, when Shiro's in the action, it is certainly not impossible. These clutch rounds seem all too common while he is carrying the mantle. We'll see. Playing it a little slow here, swapping across. Oh, enters. This is so smart. Getting in behind. Gets 2. Oh my goodness. 2-on-2 now as Shiro still alive in on the site. Able to drop Magix. What? I just don't believe it. There's not enough time. Midas Balance is looking to move away and he can't. Oh my god. A 4-on-2. Another scenario that Gambit youngsters are down. Some of this you have to look into Spirit, but I think the fact that it's happening so often is certainly playing into the hands and got to be due in part. Like, this decision is so smart. Super quick rotation. Comes off the back of the fact that Shiro threw an early Molotov, so those CT players couldn't move. It's insane. It's actually unbelievable.
Yeah, that's the level of comms, right? That these players possess on Gambit youngsters. Like, they're mid-rounding in like clutch situations and bouncing back in rounds where they have deficits is just such a strong skill for them, especially on Dust 2. It's something that just they do so consistently. It kind of makes my stomach sick. I really want to see the stats of round win percentage after being down, like receiving the first death. Has to be absurd. And that's just communication well from Shiro to Inters, that those CT players are slowed. While Exile towards long, looking like this is going to be a cleanup, even though it is Deagle's Air, just caught out, flashed, and sent packing. Just really cool to watch this Gambit youngster squad just communicate well. And Spirit, I mean, there are some issues, but at the same time, the off-pace aggression from Gambit is so hard to read. You can't fully blame them either.
They definitely seem to have got some newfound confidence, though, coming into this round. Long, even against the pistols and whatnot, has been a big problem. Big problem. I suppose that has been because they've had the AWP in action quite often on the Spirit side of things. This round, not so much. Still though, Gamble stacking the A site, why not? Aggressively rotating through, it would be the correct call. It's where Gambit youngsters are going to end up, but their flashes are nice and clean. Chopper does manage to get one. Will drop back, and then still that player in at Gandalf, I suppose, waiting for someone to come his way. He's somewhat known though. Oh, lovely stuff from some Young in all fairness, but not enough. Bit of damage, doesn't really matter. It's the T side, and their money is starting to spiral out of control. To a 7th round. This is really good stuff from Gambit youngsters, and look, some of them have come close. Some of them have come down to those insane clutches, which, as I mentioned, kind of is due to both sides, really. Spirit fluffing it up a bit, Gambit youngsters really capitalizing and playing well. But I wasn't expecting it to be this one-sided, to be honest, straight out of the gate. And we'll see. We'll see. Like we've said, all 3 maps are good for these players.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're not playing to your best, Spirit might end up slipping in this series.
So out of curiosity, I looked up Dust2 stats for Gambit. 80.8 win percent on the round where they get the first pick. Basically 31% they win on receiving the first death. They have basically both 57% win rates on T and CT side. So these guys are terrifying right now on Dust2, let alone in general. In Spirit, they've been playing some great Counter-Strike, but maybe not anything like Gambit. Gonna take some reads, gonna take some risks, and Magic tries to be that man to make a play right, needs some info. At times it's difficult for it to be the lower B players because in Gambit's default, keep in mind, they go there, throw a lurk smoke, they throw a nade, they're very pesky and annoying. As Chopper, he's at least here to answer the plate. But by the time iDisbalance goes back to help, they're already executing up Cat, so he has awkward timing here.
Yeah, very awkward indeed. Tries to go back in, tries to land a shot, can't do so. So bomb site has fallen. 4-on-4, definitely doable on the retake here for Spirit, and they will try and move in quickly. Short is off limits by the looks of things, so I guess I'm going to see them all group up at long. Inters takes a tag, but nothing substantial coming in for Spirit just yet. Oh, nade over the top. If it was placed a little better, might have dropped Inters. Not going to be the case, however. Now the smokes start to clear. The kills start to come in. Chopper finds the first. Inters looking good on the ramp, but he will eventually drop. However, traded back, you know, still being kept even. We've got Nafany once again in towards this CT angle that proves so troublesome. Some Young, though, he's brought it down to a one-on-one. He's going to go for the frag. I guess there was no time for him to defuse. He could have held it,
yeah.
But there was no time in the end. Spirit just do not have enough room to work with, and Gambit do it again.
It almost feels like destiny at this point. It's kind of weird. Like, even rounds where you go, okay, there's no way they can pull this out. They just do. I think that percentage is going to go up, maybe to 32 after this game. Shiro's been great. He's 13-2. 2. That's after a 4K pistol clutch and a couple rifle clutches. Spirit, yeah, max losses there, sure. You just have to buy Armored Eagles again. Can't really force, can't do much. And Gambit youngsters are staring down the barrel of 9. And if you're Spirit, what do you do to lift your spirits? Number 1, funny pun, but also number 2, counteract this Gambit youngsters default style. They're beating you out in your defaults. You're getting contested by long, either by a rifle or Leop, depending on the spawns. Lower B is just getting no information because Gambit youngsters do this exact default. They'll send 3 to lower B. Enters will throw the flash lurk smoke, maybe even prod a little bit, and then they just get catwalk control. So I think we're going to need to see some mid and catwalk presence from Spirit here. Nice shot in from iDisbalance. And there you go. Some catwalk presence equals a kill. But I think even on rifle rounds, I need more of this from Spirit. You need to match Gambit youngsters that are default and not give up as much map control as you have. But at the same time, don't lose rounds where you have the advantage. I guess that also is something.
Another frag coming in. Mirror as well. Also getting kills on the Deeks. They might be able to do this here. Crack angle doesn't work this time around. They are going to try and hit that B bomb site. On the Gambit youngsters side of things. Oh, iDisbalance is here pretty quickly through the smoke. 4x3. Oh, what? How does he not find the kill? How does he not find the kill? Shiro, they're doing it again. 4-on-2 down to a 2-on-2. Magix is retrieved, and AK will drop Axile, so it's all going to be on to Shiro. 4 overall required for him. He needs to get the bomb, needs to get that down. Certainly easier said than done. Meanwhile, Chopper's also found himself an AWP. Long they go down on B, and this is where it becomes a little harder for the CT side. If they move in together and move in fast enough, they should be able to just trade the frag. But with not very much utility and, of course, no kits, it is a little awkward. Good Molotov usage, though. Oh, that's a great angle from Shiro. He can't get it done, however, and Spirit will get their first round. Gambit youngsters are mortal. They have done it. Spirit finally on the board.
Yeah, they finally have achieved it. It did take some nice deagle shots, starting with Idis bounce off catwalk, and then kind of snowballed to just trades across the board. Shiro really did try to make this round a nightmare from Spirit. He finds some big kills and almost sets himself up for the clutch. That fire just made it so awkward for him. The Gambit youngsters, they lose one, and they want the other team to think about it. They'll take a pause. They can get the op and AKs and utility out again. And I bet they're discussing, K. They got one op out of that round. Are they going to buy two, right? Is it going to happen? Is that something that's going to come out? Or did they get out with both, Scriv? I don't see the money spent on it. So they might have even got it with two there. But I think they bought one, so... Again, it's early. This coffee's just starting to kick in. I'm pretty sure they bought one, picked up the other from last round. And they're going to try it again. This is the second time we've seen double ops from Spirit. And I hope... I mean, it works well against Gambit youngsters if you're being like a little bit aggro for the aggression and for the picks. If you sit back and let them execute on you, it doesn't work out that often against Gambit, honestly. They're really good at neutralizing these double ops with their utility.
Yeah, it did seem like early it was a little rough, and they were having to clutch rounds back up, but I think that was maybe in like the first rifle round, and that's because they weren't expecting the double ups immediately, I don't think. And the thing is, if this is Spirit's game plan, it's actually really dangerous, and kind of what we're seeing a little bit of here is the fact that, of course, double up setups on the CT side super expensive. So keeping it out as often as possible is hard. Really hard. So we'll see here. If they fall flat real quick, it might be a bit of a problem. Aggression in at middle. Oh, Chopper. Perfect for him. Able to pick up two. No, Mir's actually going to chime in for that second one. All the same, Nafany drops into CT. Maybe would have been wise to see that a little earlier from the boys. Not going to be the case, however. Meanwhile, 4-on-3. Fight going down in middle. Shiro does take a slight tag. He's asking for a bit of assistance. He gets it, and... well, the drop back will come through. Nonetheless, still an advantage for Spirit. Only 8 seconds to go here. I don't think there is enough time. They are just throwing themselves at the A bomb site. Looking to do damage at this point. Inters will fall. Yes, he does after time as well. So that's a little bit awkward. Only got $700. They weren't going to be able to buy anyway. But all the same, he's now thrown into kind of personal finance disarray.
First time we've seen Gambit youngsters' economy have to stall out a little bit. They're going to have to take a bit of a force. Not willing to take a save. Round 11, you already have your 8 T-size rounds, right? So you can take some risks like this. You can go ahead and chase the economy game a wee bit. If Spirit can win around with Deagles, we definitely know Gambit are capable of that. Nafany. Great flash over the top. We're going to start to see Gambit use a bit more utility now that they know the double ops are fully in effect from Spirit. And just look at these nades, though, from Spirit. Hobbit, you're going to have to extinguish part of the molly he was a part of. Inters from lower getting tagged up. That's a big one from Axile. And just look at the minimap. Look what this forces out of Spirit. They're going to come back and face him. Shiro, just a missed opportunity. And one of those scout shots and deagle shots connected. This round would have had a different look. But I think it's been reeled in nicely by Chopper now.
It seems to be all good here. High disbalance, perfect angle for him. Able to find both, he is indeed. Takes his time, beautiful stuff. Third round for Spirit coming in. Still a slightly troublesome area for them. But getting a bit better. Stringing some together, keeping the T-side economy under wraps. Nothing coming in this round for Gambit youngsters, maybe a few upgraded pistols, but should be another one for Spirit. Still, though, 4 rounds in and of itself, not quite enough. They'll definitely be looking for more. A little bit of utility coming into this round, Keith. A deagle or two dotted in as well for Gambit youngsters. So probably trying to aim for a bomb plant or a kill or two, but I mean, with losing the first player so early, I think that really even throws that kind of idea up in the air as to whether they will be able to get past the initial defenses of the CT side. Magix is just making mincemeat out of them at long with this great utility usage on his own. Really solid stuff. Got a bit of help coming in as well, as he will look to continue pushing forwards. Does need to be careful. More than he can chew kind of deal. But all the same, his teammates will come through and help him out. So there you are. 4th round for Spirit. No damage taken. They will look to move into the next rival round.
Just waiting to get out the op on Shiro. Plenty of utility around it. All the while, Spirit, with these 4 rounds in a row, have built up actually a really decent bank. And what does this mean? Well, they can buy the double ops right back if they lose this. That's a big deal, especially with the CT economy. As we're going to finally see his catwalk aggression again for Spirit against the Rifles. Hobbit, best the first man. Scared to peek his head up for another go, but he'll do it. His balance has to take a back seat now. Mir continuing to lock down mid. That's the change from Spirit. Aggression from Cat and a mid presence. That's been all the difference maker so far, Skrev. Just leaving long to Magic. I'm a fan of this change. I kind of mentioned it while Gambit were up. I think it was 6-0. And Spirit have started to make that adaptation a little bit.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. Lovely stuff. Axile dead to rights there as he tries to go for a cheeky peek. Not going to happen for him. Now the rest of Gambit youngsters left to recover. Inter's making a lot of noise. Okay, gets the kill onto Idis Balance. Mir needs to find this trade. Shiro going to drop Magix. 2-on-2. Inter's chilling in the smoke. Mir, I don't think, is ready for this at all. And here it is. The strike comes in. Inter's hears him running away and will drop him. 2-on-1. Again, they're doing it. Coming back from behind. Some die young. Left in the clutch situation. With an AWP. Really not ideal. No kit available for him. He will swap across to an AK. So they're going to try and give this a go, but still no kit available. Really, really tough stuff for some Die Young as he's creeping his way in, looking to try and find that opening pick. Just not going to happen. Shiro drops him, and Gambit youngsters again come from behind with a beautiful little read. That round, it was Inters in the smoke, which, by the way, we're really seeing creep in. I must admit, because we've been casting an awful lot, I've just been keeping up with the scores of the top end. I'm not sure if the actual play itself has been coming in, not been watching as much. But this standing in smokes, waiting for them to dissipate, is really, really popular at this level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it gives you an interesting little bit of an advantage, right? Because they're thinking, okay, when the smoke fades, I need to toss this nade, or I need to make this play. And you're thinking, when the smoke fades, I'm going to see someone. And since, you know, your model kind of fits in nicely, it just works out really well. And may I say, Inters as a lurker at times, especially Dust 2, is absurdly good. The way he's able to aggress by his lonesome when his teammates are taking a site, or he's tasked with taking a part of the map while his teammates work elsewhere. I'd rarely see him die in 1v1s, right? Like, he's staying alive for those important moments, which is so difficult to do, and be an effective lurker in the meta with double ops being a big prevalent thing. So it's just an interesting little tidbit to pay attention to. But yeah, to add to your point, sitting in smokes is just one of those surprise factors that tier 1 it happens, but they have that little, okay, I'm going to wait a couple seconds before I pull out a nade or before I change my crosshair placement, right? Like, I'm still going to be focused on this, and it probably takes a while to get used to doing that.
Quiet stuff here with only 30 seconds left. That Molotov comes in at the perfect time. Nade as well for Idis Balance lined up here. Oh, so much damage. Able to drop Hobbit as well. Still alive, looking to find another. Nade over the top. More and more and more damage here onto the T side. Really not looking good. Only 10 seconds remain. I think they're, you know, not afraid to let this bomb go down and go for the retake, especially because they know these nades must have landed. We must have softened them up. Axal's position at the top of middle has to be... Wait, okay, never mind. They don't get the bomb down in time. Oh, Gambit. That's so awkward. Maybe there was like a stray molly. We were watching Axal. Maybe, yeah, there was like a molly over the top. I don't know. It looked like Spirit were just happy to let them plant, go for the retake. But, wow. And Axal had such a good angle. He could have really found the turning point of that round.
What a weird round. And due to everyone staying alive and Gambit youngsters, they don't get that kickback economy-wise script. Weird. So they get timed out. Nafany has to go the Deagle. Axile a Deagle of his own. They at least get a couple rifles, right, carried over. So there's that. And it appears like the youngsters are not liking the pressure they're putting on to B. Continuing this default theme. And I think they're just waiting to see, is there anyone aggressing catwalk? Good jump spot from Nafany. I have a feeling the Deagles are going to go towards mid with maybe one of these AKs. They want to maybe put a bit of a front on, like we're getting catwalk control. I really think they're just going to go up cat here and split with his long player and Axile. A lot of timing is involved in this, though, with Axile. And you can already tell he's backing up. But this is at this point kind of telegraphed, as Spirit have long control completely. So Spirit know what's up. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah, absolutely. Nafany going to drop. And Gambit now have to go for something else. Again, really winding the clock down here. They'll move in towards the B-bomb site with 3 coming from middle, 1 coming from tunnels itself. 15 seconds to get through the defense. Meanwhile, Shiro on the backside able to drop 1. Sumdai Young still alive. Mir still alive. They will take him down. There's just about enough time to get the plant in. This time around, no clock will run down. However, the plant is kind of in a terrible spot. Can't really play for it. They're both really low. It's not looking good at all. Shiro rings off a shot. Flash comes in. Inter's left on 29 HP. The timing has to be everything here. Well, Shiro's being watched. Inter's loses his fight. Shiro up close, looking to clutch things out. They're playing it patiently, and Idis Balance is the one to find the frag. Plenty of time to defuse. 6th round for Spirit. Certainly not ideal, but definitely a good comeback from the 8-0 start that Gambit youngsters were able to find.
Yeah, that's... Considering where Gambit were, this is a really, really cool turnaround from Spirit. The double ops really starting to find an effect, and facilitating that catwalk control and mid presence at off times did start to win them some rounds. They kind of stopped bashing their head against the wall and towards long because they realized Gambit majority of the times was either sending Shiro to pick, or they're just simply defaulting and working that mid control and catwalk control. So the answer, let Magic take that long control by himself, send 1 or 2 players cat, right? Have that mid player there just really right off spawn, essentially. And it kind of just changed the entire dynamic of that CT side from Spirit. Even though Gambit still at times are able to set up inters, right? Or Shiro gets an absurd pick and they still win a disadvantage. I think getting up to 6 was definitely mandatory. So on the T side, they can play a bit more loose. They too will implement their own default and let the op work. But we know Gambit youngsters don't really slow down on the CT side, so that could be a little worrisome, I suppose, if you're looking for something to worry about. But
early pause here. Always, I mean, kind of annoying from our perspective. Okay, all good. They're going to unpause. I was going to say, from a spectator standpoint, we want to get into it, but I suppose the players as well wanting to make sure everything's good before the half gets started. We'll be moving into the action. Nafany, couple flashes and a kit. Chopper, a smoke. Oh, and a flash. Idis Balance has a P250 and also a bullet lodged in the side of his head. Thankfully, doesn't take him down, but does a lot of damage. Long is going to be the first port of call here for the T side of things, looking to try and find that early opener, but little do they know, 3 CTs are on their way, flashes in hand as well. No kills as yet, but one's got to come. Eventually, surely. And they've just abandoned Shiro. Worried about short, I suppose, and rightly so. Chopper is able to find one. Shiro trades back. Key fight won by Hobbit in lower. Axile getting aggressive now, trying to help his teammate out a little bit here in the pit area, and they will chime in with a couple frags. Axile gets the final one, and Gambit youngsters pick up the pistol once again.
They're just pistol menaces. I mean, I wonder what the percentage of just winning pistols in general are. I mean, I'll check Dust 2, because that seems fun. They, wow. This is crazy. 50 pistol rounds, they've won, that's 30. Wow, that would be 31, because they won the first as well. So out of 52 pistol rounds, they've won 31. That's kind of crazy. That's a bit of an interesting stat. Pistols that people consider 50-50 and random. Gambit youngsters seemingly finding some fluidity with it. A tag from Shiro as these pistols seemingly about to just get run over by the FAMAS of Axile. Never seen someone tap a FAMAS with that much consistency and accuracy, but he gets the job done. Heads up play from Shiro to drop the scout and grab that FAMAS, because guess what? He can buy another scout, which he may, because he likes that over the AK, or over the M4 at times. He even did it over the AK in situations like this. But no, Axile will be a homie. So you know what? You keep that FAMAS. We're going to try to get you an op once we can. And he just buys an M4. So a little bit of a bonus round from Gambit. 3 under quality weapons against the AK and Scout of Spirit. And this one's for all the marbles. Very early on, Scriv. Economy control is definitely up for grabs here.
Yeah, looking a little spicy. Kind of all to play for, particularly for Spirit. It is the pick of Gambit youngsters, but we were hoping for some competition, you know, in all these maps, really. It could go 2-0, more likely to go 2-1. If it goes 2-0, it would either be because the team's not shown up or some massive key rounds go the way of one of these teams. At the moment, I have to say a little bit, maybe Spirit not showing up. I don't know. A 9-6 half is not too bad. Again, particularly with the way that it started. But it does come down to, like you say, this one being super, super important. Need to be finding it. And so far, not an awful lot coming. It's a very slow approach. Once again, Spirit taking a leaf out of the book of Gambit youngsters. Hopefully they will get the bomb down in time. But at the moment, really not doing an awful lot. Just trying to bait out utility, I suppose, and catch any unwise aggression. Mid to B coming in, though. This is fairly telegraphed. It is certainly going to end up on the B-bomb site. Hobbit, great angle as he spots the shadow, finds some Young, goes for a wide swing. Inters trades everything back here as he pushes in through the smoke, catching them all off guard. Runs out of ammo. It's Mir, though, who is causing absolute pandemonium over on that B-bomb site. There's only 6 seconds. Oh, for goodness sake. Yeah, not a chance. I don't think he was getting it anyway, but Shiro seals the deal. Gambit youngsters will get the 12th round, and Spirit really taking a leaf out of the Gambit youngsters book. And that's 2 rounds in this game. One from either team, but
Yeah.
they've run the clock down kind of not needlessly, but certainly of their own volition, I would say.
Well, may I add also, this one's more brutal for Spirit, because keep in mind, when Gambit youngsters did it, they did it on 14. So 15, they're buying everything they can anyhow. Spirit did with 2 players alive, which means they have to invest instead of taking that one save and right back with a rifle. So they're basically missing out on a rifle round now, our Spirit, on this T side. That makes a big difference, where Gambit just simply were buying anyway, and their economy would have been meh regardless. Here, it makes a big economic impact when Chopper and Mir don't get any money and the rest of the team has to buy up. Sure, they get another AK out, but now this round has even more implications and pressure than it did before.
Oh. Naphany. Filthy. And after everything you've just said, all that pressure that you've just mounted on them, that's certainly not the way that they wanted things to start now, is it? Pretty rough stuff for Spirit. Inter's once again in this pesky position in CT. Looking to try and find that opener that he's become so familiar with, at least, you know, again, in that position when they push in. He's been playing pretty solidly from there, and they're even just kind of scared away from the presence, not even entertaining the idea. Really slowing things down. Over towards the A-bomb site. Dribble smokes will come in. They move in perfect time there, by the way. The flash is absolutely fantastic. Shiro dead to rights. And a clean little trade. I feel like that's got to be the round. 3-on-3. Unless Hobbit can do something different. He's not going to be able to. Nafany, though, with the no-scope, and Axel gets a double from long. All right, sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry. I just sort of saw from the positions that they were in, they were going to be able to catch them with the chaos and overwhelm the 1v1. Well, the 1v, like, 2s. That little death squad moving in, but... Wow, not the case. Gambit youngsters again, kind of defying the odds. Not massive odds, you know, not massively against them, but all the same, defying them.
Another round, Ridus Bounce has a scout instead of an op. This is twice now in buy rounds where he has been at a disadvantage, while Gambit youngsters are hoarding all the ops with 2 in their hands. Pulling out the Spirit card very early in Nafany. Already showing he's capable with that op, perhaps. Gonna see a bit more of that. That's a gorgeous nade in from the youngsters. Playing long control. One op towards mid, the other soloing B. Really cool setup. Axile, that was so quick. He's able to find magic. Even a second. Don't tell me he gets a third. Axile. That is filth. Inters comes in to clean up. And I mean, that just summarizes this game.
Well, some die young, can't find anything. Yeah, Gambit youngsters really turning the dial up to 11 here on the CT side. I thought it was already pretty damn high with some of those clutch rounds and some of the early rounds in this game that they were coming in with, but this CT side has been unstoppable, it feels like. Has come a little close. But most of the time, Gambit youngsters, well, all of the time, Gambit youngsters coming out on top. Spirit backs firmly up against the wall, going for the buy here. The hero AK of Mir, 2 scouts, 2 deegs, dotting of utility. Oh, Mir taking so much damage as well. The molly and then a nade to follow up. Really not doing him any good. Okay, that's a little awkward. Mir gonna drop Axile as well, so this suddenly becomes more interesting. Shiro caught in the open. He does have some cover in the form of Hobbit. They're back into a 3-on-3, but all the CTs are tagged up. Definitely got to be careful here. AK picked up by Magix. These scouts one-shottable across the board for the CT side, so certainly not cut and dry just yet. 15 on the horizon. Oh, but certainly not secured. That's a bit awkward. Magic's left on 25. Great touchdown nade from Nafany. Meanwhile, does get traded back. Still a 2-on-2. That player over at long surely can get the shots in the back here. He does manage to get one. The second. Oh, not going to happen. Shiro drops him. Another close round goes the way of Gambit youngsters. They will move up to 15. Kind of prematurely here. The T side, not completely lackluster from Spirit, but not finding any rounds.
No, nothing at all. They've had some close ones, right? There's been 3 defuses thus far. That one timeout really cost them a full rifle. And they've been kind of scrambling since then, while Gambit youngsters have been able to just get double ops. They've had Axile come to life. Shiro's getting picks. Nafany's had one with his op. Everyone on Gambit youngsters have kind of just had a round on the CT side, where Spirit have yet to really even have just a full team round. I just bounced. Lovely quick shot on an Axile. I thought he was just going to take a random one and back up, but it connects. The fadeaway shot. That better be a 3-pointer, because Spirit definitely need this round. Goes without saying, but...
Yeah, I mean, That's a bit rough as well. Nade doesn't quite land, but the shot does. 17 HP for Chopper. And they're not really sure whether it's A, whether it's B. They're still split across the map here in this 4-on-5. Shiro's nade does creep through. Drops the tagged up Chopper. So 4-on-4. Gambit youngsters again from behind, looking good here to pull back yet another round. 52 seconds thereabouts. And Spirit maybe not wanting to run the clock down as low as they have in the past. This is interesting from Gambit youngsters. Really overthinking things maybe. Stacking 3 on B. Leaving Shiro all by himself. Maybe they trust in him, but he's got players converging from long and short at the same time. And yeah, he just doesn't know it. Easy one tap. And with that, the rest of the team will look to save. So Spirit finally, it does take the map point klaxon, but they find themselves their first round. On the T side, of course.
Yeah, took a little long. Took some time, didn't it? And I don't even think they should really be hunting. Yeah, Nafany's gotten out with one of the 2 ops, sure. And I think this is where Mir's going to sit. Yeah, he kind of realizes what I do. We're broke. we're only going to get the win bonus. We need to be able to get AKs to our teammate Chopper. Everyone else needs to be able to buy utility. Because if we keep stringing these rounds together, there's going to be times when we only get it with 1 or 2. And we want to make sure we can keep getting full buys. Magic, going to pick up the kit. Never seen a T pick up the kit, but he's going to do so. As Spirit jump up to the lucky number 7 Scriv Gambit. I mean, they're buying around this. Nafany's probably going to get a UMP, maybe? MP9. Suppose that's the go-to. That's the go-to. Utility around it. And honestly, not the worst of buys from Gambit. But here we go from Spirit again. IDS balance. Looking to find some sort of first pick. But Gambit right back in with something new. A player pushing lower on the op contact. I mean, that's just something cool. They're trying something. They're taking a risk. They're getting aggressive. And once they see nothing, they're going to worry about long.
It's unfortunate for Spirit. They don't quite realize what they have here. And they won't really realize until they start maybe even watching it back, right? This was a really good opportunity for them to push onto a vulnerable A site, but they take their time, hoping that the AWP can catch a crack, a peak of a player. Doesn't come, so now they'll move in with the execute, and little do they know, 4 players very quickly waiting for them here. Creeping in behind the smokes, not making too much noise at all, trying to find some heads. The smoke coming in from the CT side, though, absolutely perfect, at least initially. Does eventually come back to bite them. And, well, Spirit have really waited patiently in this round. Meanwhile, lurking away. Oh, Shiro misses the shot. Surely goes down here. He's trying to crouch away. Meanwhile, on the site, Inter's able to drop 1. If he'd have found a second, maybe you start to believe. Not going to be the case, though. All onto Shiro, 14 HP. 20 seconds left. Yeah, and that molly comes in, is going to force him away into the hands of Mir as well, who is still there, by the way. Shiro able to spot him out and stave him off for now. But this is really a rock and a hard place situation. Shiro still spotting him. Still playing cheeky. But where does he go? Where does he go? And eventually they're going to hunt him down. Mir has to hit a shot sometime. I think it's just really hard, isn't it? Like, around that corner, you barely see any of him. But they're pushing in. He will fall to Mir in the end. So there you are. 8th round for Spirit. Starting to string a few together towards the tail end here. And probably another one to come their way as well. Gambit youngsters, no real cash to buy up.
Yeah, not really enough to talk about. I'm going to get $2,400, so sure I can get a deagle. Exactly. We're on the same, like, mind length, Shiro and I. If only I was talented, Scriv, maybe I could be a Shiro. But instead, here I am talking about the game. So you know what? I think it worked out all right. Spirit, might be doing one of these too little, too late types of runs, but they're going to continue to give it a go. Into a little bit of a B stack, baiting for that second car player. But he has a USP, so it's not like he was really getting baited with a gun. And Spirit do jump up to 9. Gambit Youngsters getting that op right back out. Everyone else will have M4s. No double op from Gambit. But I think one on Shiro is plenty, considering he's 26 and 12. Axile at 22. Both leading the way in the server. No one really close to them.
Oh, love that sound. Absolutely love that sound. Not going to find anything, though. No tag or anything coming in. So a little lackluster in the end, I have to be honest. Another slow start coming in. Spirit gaining some pressure here in lower and trying to clear out short, I think, as early as they possibly can. Gambit Youngsters, meanwhile, allowing them that luxury. And just playing nice and slow once again here, Keith. Really nothing coming. It's been very, very slow approaches from Spirit. They don't really do an awful lot in the first minute of the round. A change-up, I suppose. And it has been working recently. Love this at long, though. Axile's got a good position. Chopper has eaten an awful lot of chip damage so far on this D side, whether it's from nades or tags. He's not been having the best time leading the pack.
Yeah, he's been the punching bag, literally. Spirit just shaping up to a mid to B here. Scriv Nafany gonna be tested. The smoke's gonna fade. Chopper's gonna be ahead of it. Do they check close door? Do they walk by him? Nafany doubles in. He'll get a triple with the help of Inters, and the mid pinch works beautifully. Axile through long. Nafany gets help, and they shut it down like that. That round was over in seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the issue, isn't it, right? Like, so long is the road to recovery, and they end up, you know, making that one mistake, not checking the angle at door and the timing. On to Mirage, the pick of Spirit. Gambit youngsters looking really, really good on Dust 2. You could argue a one-sided performance. Shiro having a Shiro performance. 26-12 overall, Keith. Pretty insane. We didn't get to touch on that at the end of the game, but I thought I would bring it up. He's looking really hot. And I don't know, if Spirit don't step up, Gambit youngsters, certainly competent on Mirage, could end up winning this in 2.
Oh, without a doubt. And Gambit youngsters starting on the CT side, not a bad shout for them. I mean, Shiro and his op are going to come out posting, and we know what they do on this map, don't we, Scriv? Aggression through the roof. Now, Spirit, I think this is a good map for a balance to them. I think they're a team that enjoys aggression, but also likes to play within a system that they've built, and I think Mirage is the perfect pick for them to fit that style. Will it counter Gambits? Honestly, I think so. It's just going to come down to them finding their footing and winning these opening rounds. That Molly, not quite on point, Scriv, and they're going to split the A site.
Yeah, speedy stuff coming in. Playing for the retake on that CT end of things. The bomb plant. Ooh, Hobbit's broken his wrist with that flick. Gets a second. The third as well. Hobbit having a hell of a pistol round into a 4-on-2. Make it a 4-on-1. The bomb has gone down, but it costs them an awful lot of manpower. Mir now has to go one better than Hobbit and clutch things up. Defuse coming in, he takes a look. No one's on the bomb, but the fight ensuing, he has to peek back in, and he peeks into 2 at once. Gambit youngsters, so far 3-0 for pistols.
Yeah, they're kind of just a CT-sided pistol team. I mean, T-side on does too, but that was back-to-back CTers right there. And Shiro's already going for the op. He has a feeling Spirit are going to buy, and you know what? They are right. A couple AKs, and by a couple I mean one, Galils. Galils, of course, being present. And Gambit youngsters spread across the map while Spirit look to slowly take mid. Nafany's angle is just such a weird off angle that an underpass player typically won't suspect that. But he has the confidence to go for plays like this, while Hobbit may meet his maker in Magic here.
Possibly. Kind of knows it as well, not too confident in his angle. Drops down into a 5-on-4, still waiting here. Spirit maybe playing a bit too passive, a bit too safe. Yeah, Hobbit able to drop magics as he does come peeking out. Tag lands onto Mir. The creep from Nafany to find that frag. Looking for more, and he will get more. Some Die Young, the only one left. Looking to be a flawless round. Not a single point of damage taken so far from the Gambit youngsters. Boys, 3k in for Nafany, so we're seeing some nice multi-frag rounds coming through from individuals as well. He gets his 4k in the end. Wow. Spirit, yeah, not a single point of damage. That is a real quick round from Gambit.
Yeah, this off angle from Nafany, I can't speak enough about it. How cool it is to see that. Then he just repositions, takes his 1, and then just peeks at it off time, right? I just bounce out. Okay, if he hasn't peeked right away, then he's not peeking again. And how wrong he was. As Gambit youngsters now, with this glued together buy, can just rock it one more time, right? Keep the glue on Nafany, you get the AK on Inters. Hobbit will keep that MP9, no big deal. Still wanting to make a bit of a turnaround on that. And Spirit, they're all looking towards the B site. So it appears that might have been the route they're going for. They'll send Magic towards A ramp with his P250, cause a bit of a scene, act up a bit. And Spirit just look to just try to hope Gambit throw themselves to the wayside, which, to be honest, they don't do often. But it's also a map that Gambit love to be aggressive on the CT side. I mean, what map do Gambit not enjoy a little aggression on, though, right? Like, to be fair.
To be fair. He's not really doing any damage. I'm a little surprised there. It doesn't really matter too much. They will manage to find themselves the opening regardless. Wow, okay. And just very quickly cleaning up in at middle. Easy stuff in the end. No real contest there, as to be expected. All the same, really speeding things up in those early rounds. We'll see whether or not Spirit are able to answer back now. Kind of need to. Again, their map pick coming into this one, folks. And they were a little lackluster. It's a map. Dust 2 is a map that we expect them to be comfortable on as well. All the things that we're saying about Gambit youngsters coming into this one certainly applies to Spirit on Dust 2, and it just wasn't really the case. And it was the CT side which they really struggled against. So if that is to continue and cause a problem on Mirage, then, well, we may well have a problem for Spirit's tournament life. But I just balance not wanting to check out of this round early. He will find that first frag. A nice little opener coming in for him.
Well, Anthony gone, Mirror feels a little at ease towards mid. And it seems like Spirit's just going to group, grab the bomb someone. Yep. Mirror's on bomb duty. And head to B. They're just going to group. Leave that, I believe it's Chopper in middle. And work the rest into the B site. The only defending player is Inters. And if he gets a good timing smoke, maybe into B haps, he could slow them down. But look who's here now, the big man, Shiro Scriv.
Scary man. Very scary indeed. Holding nice and passive. Straight into the crosshair. He just knows the angle perfectly. Mir does drop his teammate. He's still alive though and taking an aggressive spot. Oh, the flick. Okay, I was going to say surely he's dead because of his FOV of that scope, but no, not the case. Still not said and done just yet, although it might be enough time. Oh no, again the time runs out. Hobbit runs in like a bit of a madman. Axel gets out with an AWP even. So 4th round for Gambit youngsters in a row. Little lucky. Spirit, unfortunately, still got their heads in dust too, man. What is with running the clock down in these two teams? Like, they're both guilty of it on the T side. Oh my goodness.
What a rotate from Shiro. This second shot, like, how does he see him?
Oh, like, just creeps in.
Barely. That is just so... That's the best flick I've seen in a long time. Does Spirit have enough money in the bank to buy up? And you can see communication starting to break down. No, not the song. I mean, literally. Double smoking in towards window. What's interesting as well is I feel like they're playing at the CIS pace, right? They're waiting for that Gambit aggression. They're waiting to try to find someone. And then they're like, okay, we'll just execute 20 seconds left. Like, it's very CIS-y. But Gambit youngsters, being the aggressive CT side they are, they make plays like this, right? At even man stances with a minute 10, get the info and just out-rotate you. Something they've done consistently on Mirage.
Oh, Chopper, solid stuff coming in from him. Looking good here for Spirit. An advantage, pretty solid one as well. Starting to plant the bomb. Into spotted, sprayed down by Mir. Should be the round going their way unless Gambit youngsters can do what they do. Sumdai Young saving the life of his teammate there, and Shiro not fancying his chances. Flash comes in, it's not ideal, but Chopper finds the headshot. Great entries coming through from him, as Spirit will get their first round on the board.
Earlier than they did it on Dust 2 as well, so there we have it. And they still have the CT side to look forward to. Better. Gambit. I mean, you lose one round and just look at your buy as a CT side. Brutal. But Inters doesn't mind downgrading. More mid-aggression for Nafany. Hopeful to find a good fight. And when he realizes, you know what, they've already made it towards top boxes, I'm just going to chillax here. All right, his balance, he's creeping. This Catwalk smoke's going to start to fade. It'll open up to him to connector. He's going to have to start considering other possibilities on angles. And they're going to let INS balance work a bit earlier and towards mid this time from Spirit. Again, I appreciate the change. Way earlier, we're seeing a little bit of shift from Spirit than we did on Dust 2, right? Passive A ramp hold, holding extremities, working in towards mid. So what's going to work well against Gambit as Chopper doesn't like the sound cues he's given up. And Nafany is ice cold, still holding there.
That's a late smoke. Really deep as well. Going to keep them at bay until at least 35 seconds. And while that's the case, they look to clear out short. They discover that there's no one here. Well-timed nade as well from Inters here. Minimal damage, unfortunately, but still, the idea looks great. Oh, getting stuck in the window as Magix. He will go down. Axile, great angle for him. Mollied out, able to find another before falling. Meanwhile, Inters under the window, yet to strike. Is traded back. So that initial man advantage for Spirit, making all the difference. Shiro will look to save, and they manage to get their second in a row.
Poor Shiro, having to save this up. And good adjustments from Spirit. I've been enjoying this mid control into faster mid rounds from Spirit the last couple rounds. We've seen them starting to get timed out, and they're done messing around with the time at all, Scriv. I really appreciate the mid control and guidance balance work. And then just off of the mid presence, off of the control, they just Gambit are like, okay, we need some info, right? We need something. And a player pushes A ramp and gets caught by the player holding a ramp, the lurk setup. So really well done from Spirit. Playing into Gambit style now. And Spirit is just starting to realize Gambit are playing for info early on. So we're just going to punch that and spread very default across the map. Cool little change. And I hope they do keep up the mid presence and pressure, because Gambit, they're not egotistical players, but they want their mid control. They're going to keep fighting for it. Like, I haven't seen them once really let off mid until a couple times in a row they fully lose it. Then they'll do more A aggressive stances. But here comes SDY.
Okay.
Little kill weird,
as you would say. Shiro's still on the sort. Not really able to bait out the pistols in the way that he would want. And with that smoke coming in, I think he might move to dip out. Okay, no. Baits out Chopper. His head stuck on the wall. 3 feet away from his body. But beyond that, nothing going to be happening for Shiro here, and we'll once again look to save. So Spirit very quickly bringing it within 1. 3 in a row, breaking the bank, etc., etc. Certainly not looking too good for this lead that Gambit youngsters were able to gain so early on, and a little cheekily off the back of course, the time running out. So we'll see if they're able to bounce back. I would imagine they'll be buying up in the next. Oh, Shiro, man. He still looks so good. Maybe if he can get aggressive in one of these rounds and make a difference, could be really big, rather than having to recover things back.
Let's see if Spirit keep on these winning ways, Scriv. 3 rounds in a row, back-to-back bomb plants and wins. And they're going to continue this med pressure. The 1-3-1, the classic. Breaking it out against Gambit early. That Molly's gonna force a smoke out. A double Molly, in fact. So 2 Mollies used for the price of what could have been just 1. As Mir walks in a ladder. Exile. Yeah, great timing, but how does Mir do that? His movement. The nade should get him. And it will, even though it had a weird landing spot. Okay. Exile, let's be honest, should have had it, but you can't account for Mir mid-laddering you. Okay. And just notice how the 1-3-1, by the way, from Spirit really chokes Gambit youngsters from wanting to play for that info. Shiro's going to do so now, but it's almost a little too late. They're already up towards Palace, so just a cool little shift from Spirit, and Gambit don't have an answer yet, Scriv.
Oh, Shiro, bit of an off angle from him, able to find one. Hobbit coming in to cover his backside as well. And now 4-on-2. Spirit the hit. Despite what you were saying, despite how strong they've looked in terms of the strategy, the movement into A does not work at all. High disbalance chilling. Sumdai Young was over towards middle, I suppose. He's not able to get anything done. Creeping in, they know where Shiro's at vaguely. Will be able to drop him, but only 9 seconds left. I think they'd already kind of conceded the round. Taking another name with them, but Gambit youngsters will hold on to their lead.
Okay, Shiro, Script. Who else? Battle up, close up A ramp. They somehow shut down the execute from Spirit that I thought would have been really nice. A quick little Halls pop, pick up the pace. Ends up not working out for them. Still a stronger buy than what Gambit youngsters are rocking right now, no doubt. As the spray from Nafany, not a single bullet will connect. They get it towards top mid, and again, we've seen this split from them before, letting Idis balance work, getting out utility from Gambit youngsters towards mid. Every bit of utility that gets tossed by Gambit Spirit are relaying to their IGL, who's going to count the nades and then just make a well-timed mid-round decision. Very simple stuff from Spirit. Again, cutting off the information gathering from Gambit entirely. It's been difficult to do, but it's gotten them 3 rounds. As Chopper this time, no noise in his jump up. There's a flash to facilitate the push, and this fight is honestly really important for the beginning of this round.
They seem aware, though, on the CT side. Maybe baiting them into it. Certainly an interesting approach from both teams, but yeah, Nafany looks very ready, and that's not a common angle. 35 seconds left. Spirit gonna have to start to move in. Nafany will now come to fruition. What is that timing? Did he panic? Oh my goodness, that is insane. He's still alive, but Shiro's fallen. And maybe with that and the fact that Nafany doesn't find his man, they might look to go for a save. Bomb plant coming in. Boost up over at short, but Idis balance is ready. Hobbit drops the bomb. Actually, no, sorry. Hobbit gets the planter. The bomb is planted. But nonetheless, 4-on-2. Just not looking good. Wow. Nafany, I feel like he's got to panic, unless that is the most insane timing that I've seen for a while. Literally, as soon as he peaked, he pulled a molly out. I think he might have just jumped at the fact and hit his hotkey or whatever it may be. Looks like all the Gambit youngsters players might end up falling here, actually. So this is a really good round for Spirit to be winning.
Oh, enters. Okay, he'll live. He'll live. Everything's fine. Yeah, but youngsters cannot necessarily invest here, Scriv. As you said, it's a big one for Spirit to be winning. Puts Gambit onto that 1-round save after winning a round. Spirit's economy gets to build here and secure another rifle round regardless of the outcome in the next. Done a nice job on this T side. Will it continue? Gambit youngsters haven't really had any moments to be very Gambit youngstery, you know? Not a lot of chances to win on odd man disadvantages. Shiro hasn't had too many opportunities to really be effective. That's an interesting trade for Inters. His Molly actually finds Ida's balance. And it's a shame the rest of his teammates only have deagles.
Exile trying to get away. Playing with fire here over in connector. The round not quite said and done yet. You know, the bomb's not made it into a bomb site or whatever, but that kill with Hobbit, this one onto Exile, that definitely seals the deal. So perhaps it seems I spoke too soon. But looking pretty good here for Spirit. Going to be able to even things up. So yeah, definitely a lot closer here, but still, you know, not quite a blowout. Still potential for both teams. Hard to call. Do feel like in the past few rounds, though, Spirit have definitely been more in that driver's seat. Really looking dangerous, and Gambit youngsters, I think, are starting to quake a little bit in their boots. Do seem to have a bit more of a T-sided weight to this map for them. But all the same, I think their CT side looking really scary on the previous map. They'd love to tap into that and just have the lead going into the second half would be really nice for them. At the moment, though, pressure is on to the next round. They lose the next one. Spirit will probably build up a pretty hefty lead, actually. Shiro continues to impress, however. Gets his hands onto an AK. He'll probably drop that across to a mate, get himself an AWP, of course. And they will have a pretty good buy coming into this one, Keith.
It's looking decent. But it's definitely bounce back time for Gambit youngsters. It's been also so long since they've had that clean, decisive rifle round victory, and Shiro's out aggressive. Underpass is his only fallback option. He is stuck, and I wonder if Spirit know that he's down here. He might even have an escape option. Exile helping out beautifully. That Molly is going to allow Shiro to just jump into connector with the help of that flash. Ida's balance couldn't see a thing. And that is support through the roof from Gambit youngsters. You get to and get out. They have finally pinched onto this mid control from Spirit, and it's worked in their favor.
Yeah, well, there you go. A bit of pressure, nothing like it, really. Your lead under threat is seemingly the best time, well, to kick yourself into gear. We'll see. Spirit might be able to come back. That bomb comically flies up. Not going to be the case. They're not able to come back. Wow, crunched in middle once again. Really well done. Gambit youngsters up to 6. Still money available to buy for Spirit, but some simple stuff. Able to work off of that early advantage. Absolutely loved. I'd be happy to see it again. The bomb flying up there is always funny to see. Oh, the money, though, very quickly here for Spirit starts to run out.
Yeah, already a little low on cash. You're right. Spirit back to fighting mid. Shiro makes the catwalk jump, and Mir almost pays for it desperately. The nade up, combo follow up. And Shiro's immediately going to rotate all the way around off of B. He's already back in towards murder hole and clearing window for his team. They're creeping up connector, however, though, Scriv. Late player coming through mid, 2 through connector. This is risky because you almost have to do it silently. Throw utility becomes very obvious. And here they go, Scriv.
Oh, Sumdai Young the first to open up. So much damage taken. Hobbit as well pushed in, really aggressive here. Yeah, they're not expecting him. Manages to find one nade going in. Gonna get anything else? It does. Hobbit standing strong. Oh, his gun covers Mir coming around the corner. That's such a shame. But he might just have done enough. Mir and Chopper so very low here. And it is, of course, all even. So certainly doable. Exile in a little too early. Catches Chopper off guard with the molly in hand. reposition coming through from our disbalance. Meanwhile, Mir holding this angle vehemently, but nothing coming his way. Gambit youngsters starting to kind of second guess themselves, and maybe that is part of the Spirit game plan, in all fairness. But yeah, really not looking too good here. They're going to try and cross. Axile's still sticking around. Unless he drops to this AWP really quickly, I think they should be okay. They're able to cross back to the other side of the site, going for the plant, holding for CT. And they will indeed get the bomb down. But we've got a quick flank. And of course, that man advantage. Oh, I just balance. Looking to change that fact, though. Does find the first of the retake. Shiro having a bit of a reposition. Like I say, though, Inters is so fast on this flank. I don't think they're really going to be considering it just yet. And they have no idea where Shiro is. So, like, oh, that might just cost them. Shiro does catch a distracted eye disbalance. Really well recovered from Inters, to be fair. Mir, meanwhile, holding a great angle. Going to let him pass. Looking to play it safe. Manages to find the first. Shiro, meanwhile, on the bomb. Peeks out to find the frag. But there's no time, Keith. Wow. There's no time. Spirit actually managed to clutch that one up. And it does kind of beg the question, if Inters had just played it a little safer, he definitely panicked there. Gained himself a bit more ground before he took the shot, perhaps.
Believe it or not, I think he thought that player was looking at him, maybe, and that's why he reacted that way. It seemed, as you mentioned, very panicky and quick decisioned. But really cool from the last player from Spirit. I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was Disbalance, right? Or who was in the sandwich? It was Mir, sorry, yeah. Really good trigger discipline to not kill the first right away, because if he did, he gets traded instantly from Shiro on stairs. So really cool for Mir to just slow that down, take his time. Speaking of Shiro, though, the up headshot onto the man I was hyping up for a smart play, and Shiro gets two. Nafany somehow pulls down and finds Chopper. I mean, that's just the Gambit youngsters, like, we're going to get aggressive and take around. Shiro, just win us around. Like, I don't even know what the comm is there.
Absolutely nuts, dude. Really turning up the heat. It does seem to be, you know, when it's even, when they're lead under threat and whatnot, that they turn the heat up. Inters, oh. You want to see that second, but he's denied. But yeah, certainly, you know, you want to see the kind of string of rounds, I guess, from Gambit youngsters, if you are a fan, if you are a player of. But at the moment, they're just clinging on for dear life to this lead. This one should be a good one to take, though. No bomb plant. Lost bonus fully reset. As you can see, only the 1400 coming in for the T side. So that's actually a really solid round to be winning. And one that's going to throw Spirit for a loop for a few rounds. They're going to force it, be a double eco anyway. So Gambit youngsters, in theory, should be up to 8. And then the 9th might also come.
Yeah, they have to buy anyway,
easily.
Both rounds.
Yeah, so it's not like they're going to have that super strong buy in the next. This is really not looking too good for Spirit towards the tail end of the first half. A real tough round to lose.
It's just a brutal. It's a half destroyer in theory, right? It was going so well. You're building your economy. You're breaking Gambit's cash here and there. And now yours is broken for, if you lose this round back to back. So that is just a half destroyer. If Gambit can pick up these two, those are going to sting. As Mir jumps in a window, deletes Nafany, no hesitation. And Shiro smoked off, but he's lost his teammates in mid. Axile gets in, and 3 members of Gambit, 3 different people, find kills in just seconds.
Absolutely smashing it, mate. Really looking good. High disbalance, showing a bit ahead. Does need to be careful there. Meanwhile, Magix has made it in towards window, but I think all hope of the round might just have dropped. That's okay. A little spicy, a little quick from Magix, but ultimately to no avail. We'll be into the 8th round for Gambit youngsters. 9 again, as we've said, on the horizon. What can Spirit do? Well, try and attempt the same again, but hopefully it's successful this time. I guess that's pretty much all they've got, if I'm honest. So yeah, really not looking too good at all. The 9 rounds is, I'd say more than likely. Looking to pick up the pace, though, on this T side of things. Meanwhile, Shiro will be that first line of defense. This could get messy. There's 3 players ready. Oh, not quite, actually. They don't hear him, I guess. They just walk straight into the angle. He drops back. Hobbit is covering him. He and Shiro playing so well in this round. We'll just lock it down on A. That'll be the 9th. I mean, Magix, what can you do?
Just pretty much watch, right? Couldn't really do much. Hobbit wants his 3rd, and he'll get it. Shiro and Hobbit shutting down that round. An aggressive play from Shiro, but he knows he has Hobbit backing him up. And Shiro will cover him and pick up this ramp player, even though I'm pretty sure Hobbit had that spray down. They do get that 9-6, and that economy breaker does determine the half. Gambit youngsters now jump onto this T side, Scriv. It's a side that probably suits their playstyle even more so. I am going to pull up the stats for it because I always do find it interesting. Let me take a peep. Gambit youngsters, a 77% win rate on this map. 20 out of 36 pistols. They're 14-4 on this map, by the way, Scriv. Their T-round win percentage is 54%. Yeah, they're swinging haymakers again on this map. It's crazy how good their stats are.
Nasty stuff. They'll move into this B bomb site. Hobbit leading the charge with a 2K. 5-on-3. The bomb has yet to go down. Just getting into position, just feeling comfortable, making sure there's nobody else on the B bomb site and they're not going to get overwhelmed all of a sudden. Shiro tagged down to 2 HP. Head of Inters is found. Looking for a bit more. Chopper looking good on the USP. Idis balance has fallen, but it's back into a 2-on-2. However, Shiro creeping around at the right time. Might just have done enough. He does indeed. Nafany finds the final frag onto Sumdai Young. They come close. Gambit youngsters, though, yet to drop a pistol in this series, and it really is paying dividends.
Yeah, especially considering, now that I think about it, Spirit haven't won a 4-spy round after pistols once, if memory serves, Scriv. Like, Gambit youngsters have been just converting this round 100% of the time, unless there's one time I'm forgetting, but I don't think so. So they're 4 for 4 on pistols, and they've converted every 2nd and 3rd round after that. That's wild. That's 3 rounds per half that they're getting on a pistol. Spirit really need a good defense here, especially in your map pick, your CT side. And if they don't win this round, at least 3 to 4 kills, I'd say. And there you have it. Chopper, the first, getting double dinked through the bricks. That's heartbreaking. And they also have a quick flank script. This, they have him contained.
Well, this is a little troublesome if they're not fast enough, to be fair. Able to retain the man advantage here on the Spirit side of things as well. Chopper, dropping Hobbit, all going to be on to Axile in a 1-on-3. Can't get it done. Mir walks around the corner, says peekaboo, and takes his head clean off. So there you are. Spirit going to win the 4-spy. That could make a pretty big difference, actually, with no bomb plant. Gambit youngsters are just, yeah, probably going to have to buy into it.
If I may, Scriv, guess who took a map off of North? The Krakow boys. They won 1917 on Overpass.
Yeah.
Just a little tidbit. Yeah, they beat North on Overpass. That's really big.
That is really big. The boys doing it.
The boys making a run. God, I love it.
I love a cheeky peek. Well, I suppose while we have a bit of downtime, we could talk about it. Was it their map pick?
It was North.
Oh my goodness! All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Keep a little side eye on that one, boys.
I will.
Keep a side eye on this one though. Inters. That's a nasty shot. Nafany. That's a nasty shot. Yeah, maybe an auto if they're not careful. AK in play as well. Ooh, Shiro gonna get tagged up and Idis balance.
Really well done.
He's not missing. Key frag to find. Should be all good. Yeah. Looks like the storm has been weathered, unless Nafany pulls out the most insane 1v3 we've ever seen.
Why do I think he's gonna like spray transfer a deagle here? You know, like just taps away 2 players with like 4 bullets or something absurd. He's around the corner. Sees the players on stairs. He just wants to say AK. Good shout. Gonna try to find good timing to peek. The off angle from SDY is just so wild. Playing the bench, yeah. You don't expect players to be there. So Spirit, from force buy to winning the following while keeping 3 alive, that's really good from Spirit. It is a CT-sided map. Gambit Youngsters 5 for overtime, 6 for the win, of course. In case you're new to Counter-Strike, but I doubt many of you up this early are new to Counter-Strike. And iDisbalance just going to grab the op now. And Gambit Youngsters, really their only goal here is the pump fake for the bomb plant. I don't know how well this will work. Oh, they're actually going underpass. I thought they were going to fake B, right? Get a bomb planted A, but no. Up through connector. Bomb will try to get planted. And I'm pretty sure it's already dropped, so heartbreak.
Okay, here we go. Spirit looking to contest for that Gambit Youngsters lead once again. They were able to do so really well throughout that first half. Kind of slipped away from them towards the end, thanks to a well-timed round from Gambit Youngsters. All the same, we will see here whether Spirit can cling on, whether Spirit can bring it as close as, damn it, Gambit Youngsters did a really good job in the first half. However, when it did become even, of winning the subsequent round. Rushing towards B, coming in though, Keith. That's going to be the order of the day here. Magic's holding things down from the boost box. Looking good. Has taken an awful lot of damage here and had to fight his way out. However, he might have bought enough time. iDisbalance getting up close, picking up 2. Mir looking good from short. And iDisbalance to close things out. A very fast round from Gambit Youngsters. Works in favor of Spirit to find the 10th.
I mean, looking like Shiro with the amount of times he's peeked around that pillar and made that work. Really solid stuff from iDisbalance. Gambit Youngsters tried to pull a little bit of an execute out of their back pocket, right? That kind of pocket strat that we've talked about before, that one on your T side that gets you the round guaranteed. And iDisbalance just was not interested in letting that happen. Now it's just Gambit back to Deagle script. Spirit running it back on the CT side of their map pick. And it shouldn't be any surprise to anyone that they have started to look in form. And they're doing the Spirit we know and love, right? The aggressive fights, even more so than Gambit. They don't necessarily play for info with off-timing pushes, no. They play for aggressive and they play for the fights, and it typically works really well for them.
Yeah, it usually does. Spirit, there you go. Able to take the lead very early on onto the CT side. The force buy they turned around. Pretty nasty. Working really, really well. But now Gambit Youngsters, pressure is on for them here on the T side of things. Spirit's map pick, of course, as you can see, Gambit already 1 up, so it would be great to clean things up here and now. Overpass the 3rd map if it is required, and still not cut and dry. Both teams really good, really comfortable on that one. So finding it in 2, I think, would be massive. Early damage coming in onto Hobbit, though. He's going to be mollied out as well. Has to smoke off. Kind of wasting utility. Spirit are keeping the pressure on early. Nothing coming just yet.
They're going to smoke a window with an interesting little brick smoke that I haven't seen before that lands in the brick. A lot of people throw it in the corner. That one might bloom a bit earlier. That's kind of cool. With iDisbalance looking for some sort of pick. I think he may even just try to transition to A ramp. But he'll stick at default for now. The brick's position from the air. Spot it. But he's still best snapping. 25 HP. Smoke and flash to get him out of harm's way. And Gambit Youngsters' response to this, to not getting that pick, is to go 3 towards B. 2 players from Spirit here. Just so much pressure on Hobbit. I think Hobbit has to make a move and find a pick before they execute with 30 seconds. They're just running out of time.
Yeah, I'd be kind of interested to see maybe a pause if things do not work out successfully here. But like you say, 20 seconds, yeah, the 2-man setup, I don't see them getting through this. It's going to be so tough. Axel does manage to find a couple, actually. Might be a difference maker. Not quite enough, but Shiro with the trade meanwhile over at middle. Okay, looking good. Shiro does get the bomb down. I just balance in with the trade. We'll be on to the AK. Clean little plant. Shiro knows that he's far away and is able to just back all the way into the apartments. I disbalance. Doesn't have a kit. With 8.4k in the bank, I think there's one just in front of him that he can retrieve. There is indeed. The plant here from Shiro, it's slightly deeper into the site, making it look like it's possibly for short, and he's hidden away in the apartment. So if I Balance takes a quick peek, he's not going to see Shiro. Defuse coming in. Oh, and Shiro knows he's not on it, can see him moving away. Wow. He's going to sprint out of there. And not a single bullet fired in the 1v1, but Shiro just outbrains him with the positioning, the bomb plant. Really well done.
Yeah, really cool stuff. I was kind of thinking Shiro was going to plant there and run around a cat, which would have been a cool alternative on top of it all, right? Because a 1v1, you're against a fellow Whopper, he's going to think you're going to be posted, and then if you just wide swing with an AK late, could have worked out, but really cool stuff from Shiro to just sit there, play the patience game, doesn't get the op back that he dropped, which is kind of a shame. I bet he would have liked it, especially in a big round like this. But with money still remaining in the pockets of Spirit after this buy, it puts a lot of pressure on Gambit youngsters, Scriv. And they're going to do one of their El Clasico pops on A.
Super fast stuff. Successful so far. Oh, CT left open, but Nafany wins that fight despite not having his AK out initially. Needed to land that headshot instantly, and, well, he does so. I think that might just be enough. So fast those frags come in. I don't know that the CTs want to go for this. Axel drops in at middle. So they might now decide to move in. However, no. Nothing else showing itself. I Balance can't get a pick on the AWP. Gambit youngsters up to 12. And Spirit's money line, it's kind of decent. The fact they survive with 3 is pretty big, though. They'll be able to buy into the next for sure.
Youngsters still doing it, Scriv. Quick A pop success. Spirit, as I mentioned, that money's still there. They've somehow managed to trick this ET economy into working in their favor. And Mir's spray connects through the smoke into top mid. Enters is unlucky, and this B pressure, this B walk-in from Nafany is so much more important now, and Magic is not playing games. Spirit right back with an answer, and now everyone on Gambit's going to be told to just reach, make a play, try to find a pick, and it's too scattered at this point.
Yeah, wow, this is wild how quickly this one's turned upside down. We're just going to see these remaining 2 players look to save. I think they just about have enough cash, particularly, you know, if Hobbit can save and drop an AK across. Nafany seems to be a poorer member. So, kind of paramount, actually, to the buy in the next round. At least a clean buy. The Gambit youngsters are able to save here. And they are grouping up outside of B. Hobbit taking a more aggressive stance. Shiro holding things from behind. They're trying to clear as much space as they possibly can, I suppose. But Spirit, little unsure. Not hunting for it. I mean, why would they on the CT side, right? There's no point taking the risks and all that kind of stuff. It's not like the round is super secured. Gambit youngsters, we have seen them come in with some pretty big clutch rounds, pulling it back from 2-on-4s. I don't think we quite saw a 2-on-5, but all the same, they did make a habit on Dust 2 of turning seemingly unwinnable rounds upside down.
Well, no money coming in for the players that lived on the Gambit side. And they're going to buy what they can around it. Exile probably going with the Galil. Yeah. Op from Shiro. 3 AKs and Galil. Not the worst looking buy. But they have to get through 2 again from Spirit, who've done this nice balance, whether on purpose or not, of having that CT cash to secure 2 rounds. It just worked out beautifully for them. Especially in a 12-12 game in round 26, Scriv, money is king. And that's what Spirit have. They have a security net where Gambit have none.
Different kind of boost up angle. Not going to spot anything, as Spirit are playing no one near window at all. Actually taking a very different setup with a super deep player in at CT, just looking to hold the doors down. Or the murder hole, I should say. I don't know, the word escaped me for a second there. Bit of a brain fart on my end, but all the same, they're watching it from the back end, then getting aggressive in at ramp, gaining so much information. 40 seconds left, and I think Spirit know that it's going to be B, pretty much. I mean, they could be towards top mid, right? But, like, as soon as the action comes over at B, they know that pretty much everybody's going to be here. So, moving in, they've got 3 players to get through, one of them being the Orpa of Idis Balance, not looking too good. Magic's going to drop Inters as well. 5 on 3. Magic's looking for another bit of an awkward fight for him. Idis Balance, though, going to come in and bail him out. Of course, Shiro's barrel spotted. Shiro will manage to find one, but that is it. Spirit getting a pretty clean round on the board. Not looking good for Gambit here at the tail end of Mirage.
Yeah, a little rough. Just seemingly, whenever they're in trouble, they're just like, BXQ will work. And it just hasn't. A site has been what's worked for Gambit, and they keep, for some reason, heavy focusing this B site. Spirit have been playing for that mid control, so you know if you're Gambit, they're going to have good reads on you. They're going to either be pushing top mid or starting to prod towards A like you have. They play a very similar style in CT sides. And for some reason, it still escaped Gambit youngsters, and they're going to try this brick wall hit again, Scriv.
Yeah, brute forcing their way in. Not looking too good, although eventually they're able to isolate, but some die young in fast. Big double from him. Leaves it all onto Shiro with the Tech 9. Bomb down in no man's land, no weapon recovered. Some die young. Crispy on the USP to finish off proceedings. 14th in for Spirit. Last chance saloon for Gambit youngsters here on Mirage. They need to be winning this buy round, otherwise the game probably falls with it.
Yeah, this next one is mandatory. They get the op, they have the AKs, and they're gonna themselves do a 1-3-1. What started to work well for Spirit. It was like Gambit are gonna break out now, and it should do the exact same thing that it did to themselves, right? Starve them of information, cut off mid control from Spirit, force out utility to be used towards Connector and Cat, and then once you have mid control, based on the picture, based on the info you have, or the count of smokes down, make a fair judgment mid-round call. And Gambit are just going to go right back to the basics, Scriv. I don't mind this. I don't mind this at all. In fact, I was kind of waiting for Gambit to settle into something like this.
Oh, Idis Balance, great spot. Little weary, though, of ramp. Definitely could have just held that angle. I suppose he trusts some Die Young to lock it down, though. Does manage to get 2. Wow, this is so solid from them. Chopper chiming in from Dark. Idisbalance still alive at CT. It's a man advantage for indeed that defending side. Shiro gonna have to try and be a hero here. Does manage to find the first. Ooh, here's the second just. However, he's now on his own. Tries to no-scope it out. Not gonna happen. 15 to 12. Spirit hitting map point. They've got 3 to play with, and Gambit Youngsters, the buy to stay alive is not going to be perfect.
Yeah, it smells just a lot like third map. Gambit Youngsters just not playing like themselves on this T side. Only 3 rounds, one of which came from the pistol. So, not the best of looks. They get at least the AKs out in what could be the final buy round scriv. And, Anthony gonna creep towards connector. Idis balances off angle, this time towards triple. And Anthony's about to eat a nade. In fact, 2, but he'll make the jump to window. Definitely an off angle from SDY. Like, who expects that?
Nasty, nasty stuff, of course. Looks like, Keith, we're in for another B burst from Gambit Youngsters. See whether this time it is to be successful. I don't think they've found success on it. Definitely not in recent memory, if not for most of the half, to be honest with you. Maybe 1 round. I think that 1 Shiro clutch round does spring to mind. Either way, Flash is coming over the top. Quick burst again. Magic's gonna get overwhelmed, as does Mir, without finding a single frag. But Sumdai Young, of course, in with the quick rotation, able to take ahead. Still only a 3-on-3. Still not all said and done just yet. We do also, of course, have the player in from connector, but Idis Balance drops him. Now it will be a man advantage for Spirit, looking really solid, trying to find their way back into this game. Overtime, the best that they can hope for. A big clutch required. Crack angle, can't find anything. Axel not fast enough. Peeks out, finds one, getting a bit too wide. All going to be onto Shiro. Does manage to bring it into a 1-on-1. There's not a lot of time for Idis Balance, but he finds the headshot nonetheless. And Spirit indeed have done it. A really, really clean end to that game from them. 16-12, definitely hard fought. As to be expected on Mirage, though, it was their map pick, but also a comfortable map for Gambit Youngsters. In the end, though, they are able to take it over the line. We'll see what happens on Overpass, I suppose, Keith.
Yeah, I think Gambit just got caught up really hard in the Spirit's game plan and kind of...
and Gambit youngsters. Could have been a potential final, you know. I feel that last map really was heating up towards the end. We will see who our probably first finalist is going to be. I think the other game on the other stream is a little further behind this one. But it ends up on Overpass. And as we've said throughout this series, all 3 maps really comfortable for both teams. You have to kind of look, though, the maps played, maybe. Right? Spirit have only played this a handful of times. Meanwhile, Gambit youngsters play it a bit more often. So that might come into fruition here.
Yeah, and just a little update on the other match. Apparently, Wisla is not how you pronounce it. It's Wisla, kind of like Tesla. Wisla. I don't know how a W turns into a V, Scriv. That's just what I was told. I don't know how accurate that is. Maybe someone in chat can tell us once we get there. But just a little update there. 1 round behind on Nuke on CT's side. So it's interesting to see that as well. But Overpass for both these teams. I think this is just such a good third map. Both teams are phenomenal on this map, Scriv. It's just going to be explosive.
Yeah, it is going to be another exciting barn burner, I suppose, between these two teams. Slobber knocker, all those words to describe a bit of an exciting affair. A doozy, maybe. I'm not sure if I'm using that right. It's a very Americanized word. Either way, Chopper on high, looking to try and hold things down here. Not able to find the success he wants, though. And yeah, the third peak going to be his downfall. First frag going the way of Gambit youngsters. Will they continue their flawless streak in the pistols? It is looking likely. Oh, and Shiro's in behind too. They have no idea. Just a few moments and he will be creeping in behind. Is it even going to be needed? That's the real question. Not looking like it. He will find the final frag, I suppose. No, I just balance actually denies him away. Nonetheless, Gambit youngsters continuing the streak of pistols and a pretty clean one there, only losing 1 player.
I don't know how they've made their pistols so consistent. Maybe it's just their talent. Like, their pure talent just comes out with pistols and they win those aim duels. But pistols are supposed to be a little more random. And these guys have it down to a science. Pretty wild, if you think about it. And Spirit, I think they've stolen 1 force buy round on Mirage after Gambit 1 T-side pistol. And they're looking to do so again. I jinxed them. As I mentioned, Gambit never lost a second round after pistol into the series. Up until the last half of the last match. And Gambit going to try to avoid disaster once again. And it seems like they are just going to take the range of their weapons, look towards bathrooms, maybe even some long, and just let Hobbit do what he does best. And I mean, just look at Axile's off angle, by the way. Have you ever seen someone sit and spawn and wait for a B-push like for this long? I wonder if Mir gets some good timing on Nafany here. Probably not expecting this. Yeah, that's a freebie. Nearly follows it up on Hobbit as well. Here comes Magix. And, well, short-lived. But I do appreciate that from Spirit. Not being timid.
Yeah, confident stuff. Important to have. And they can do some good damage here. Certainly bodes well for that first rifle round, of course. Keep the economy under wraps. Do need to be careful moving into a B bomb site that has every single CP player ready and waiting. That's a bit awkward. Through his teammate, Axile finds that kill. Second coming in for him. The scout of Idis balance could end a few lives here, but they're aware of that fact, playing it nice and safe. Bit of damage done. Huge nade. Oh, and enters the full HP player as the one to wide swing and take him down. So could have been massively costly for Gambit. They are lucky to get away with 4 players, but get away with 4 they will. Getting another clean round on the board.
Well, Gambit youngsters doing what they do best. Clean rounds. Will it continue, however? Spirit. I'm just going to pull up their stats on this map, Scrib, because I'm a stats guy, I guess. I've turned into Dust Moret this series, and I'm all for it. Shout out to my boy Dust. Let's take a peep at Overpass for Spirit. As I mentioned, a T round win percentage of 62, so better on the T side. All the while, Gambit have played the map a ton more, and have a CT round per win percentage of 57 and a lesser T round win percentage of 51. Interestingly enough, this is I think the worst map for Gambit in the sense that they only win 28% of rounds after receiving the first death. And I think that is just dependent on Overpass being fickle and a bit of a pain after you receive the first death to close out rounds. But it is their strength. But interestingly enough, I think that's the lowest I've seen it for Gambit on any map.
It is kind of interesting, to be fair. Shiro coming in. Nice little triple for him. Maybe a fourth? No. Magix will take him down, of course. Finding a frag. A little bit of extra cash for him. And sitting in a spooky spot. They are approaching this slowly, methodically. Yeah, and they will check him out, I guess, not hearing him drop completely or just savvy to the fact. Of course, the esports millions there seems pretty sick, you know. Chance to win €1 million is pretty big. I mean, life-changing money for sure. Shout out to Unicorn, of course. You can use code RELOG to get yourself 300% bonus cash on your first deposit.
Oh, the boost with the op, the nade open connector door to allow Idis Balance to peek in. That's meta. That's the go-to thing. Now that M4 can spray through without any worries of the door eating any more damage. You can do some cool utility into there. Hobbit seemingly very aware as to what's going on. Gambit youngsters. Or what, 50 seconds-ish in. And they've just started to take party control and look towards bathrooms. This is where SDY and Chopper, though, sit and wait, Scriv. And they won't be tested. 3 players from Spirit onto this A site. Gambit have done a nice job of keeping them there.
Execute gonna come in over the top. Or denied away, though, by the short Molotov, of course. We'll have to wait for that to dissipate before they start moving in. Gonna double pump it, and it's not going well. Idis Balance and Mir to find the openers. However, Axile, Shiro, once again doing what Gambit youngsters do, coming up from behind. Chopper will be left 1v3, and they've decided to move back towards the A-bomb site. Plenty of time to do so. And Chopper, of course, on the wrong side of the map. Also stuck here with Axile, so does need to be careful not to get caught off guard. Will drop the 1 player, so brings the 1v3 into a 1v2, but these remaining 2 players have got so much of an advantage in terms of, you know, the positioning of the bomb, the positioning of them. Chopper has no info. It's going to take him a while to get here, and he is considering all these facts and just does not like how they stack up. So he'll move away and save. Also going to get his hands onto the AWP there. So Gambit youngsters 4 in a row, once again, off to a very strong start.
Well, Chopper at least gets the op out, Scriv, but that's really cool from Axile. Those 2 kills, critical. As Gambit, 4 rounds now on the T side. Spirit cannot buy. It'll be some armor, some pistols, unless they do feel like a buy is the right call. But I think Chopper's just going to give the op back over to Idis Balance. He'll buy light armor, right? The rest of the team can get some deagles around this. They've hit max loss, thanks to the way you start if you lose pistol to 1900. And Gambit just probably going to continue to play a bit more reserved. It's been working really well. Last round, the A prod really just forced Spirit into such an awkward situation. And the way they kept the A players in bathrooms and just working around the map, getting a really good read onto Spirit. And similar to like Mirage and the first map, Scriv, Dust 2, Gambit are the ones forcing Spirit to make a change early in halves, early in rounds, right? It's never really Gambit having to adapt. And when they do, example Mirage, unable to really do so. But whenever they force Spirit to make some changes, Gambit are really on a heater.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. So, and I mean, we'll see. They might be able to dictate that pace again and look really strong again. At least initially, straight out of the gate. And the thing is, with being on the T side, off to that great start, keeping the CT economy under wraps, under the cosh. Really, really struggling on the Spirit end of things. And if they are in that, you know, buy eco kind of territory, it is rough. Looking good so far, though. The AWP's still in play. Ooh, they are walking into a lot of players here, actually. I'm not sure about this. Mir on the swag 7. Able to pick up a double. Spirit might just have stolen it away off the back of the force buy. Certainly interesting. They opt to move back towards B. Spirit, read them like a book. And now Nafany is the only one left. 4 to find. And he just looks the wrong way at the wrong time. I think the door opened to distract his eye line. Magix will drop him. But it is all down to this man Mir on the shotgun. Gambit youngsters letting a kind of simple round slip away.
Yeah, they play out of pace there from what we've been seeing from Gambit. They knew it was kind of a save from Spirit, and they continued to pressure out of Monster, and that's kind of the position you see a lot of teams falter, right? If it's against pistols and you force Monster a connector, you sometimes run into some problems. And just well held by Disbalance, making sure he had his shotgun players back as he pivoted around the pillar. And just that 1-2 punch from those players, Disbalance starting to find his confidence. And when this CT Opper, especially Disbalance, gets comfortable, he's going to be all over the map. He is going to be everywhere, making your life a misery. So Gambit need to put a cap on that, and they really need to contain it soon.
Minute left on the clock. Gambit has yet to recover. It is going to be a tough run into the final few moments of this round. Really not looking too good, but they're starting to group up, trying to come up with some kind of a game plan. Spirit, meanwhile, resting on the A-bomb site, particularly going to have to be very careful. And Gambit changing things up. They've been B a number of times, and it was successful. Last round, not so much. They're maybe feeling that there's another cheeky stack attempt. So yeah, moving towards A. Great little flash coming in. Give him a chance over the top of things as Disbalance, he tries to get out of there, but they're hot on his heels. Hobbit particularly. The bomb carrier, by the way, is able to pick up the first 2 frags, get the bomb down, and the CTs don't fancy their chances on the retake. So there you have it. Gambit youngsters straight back in with a 5th.
All right, Hobbit, I see you with those entry frags. 1, 2, then the plant. All right, I see you. Fitting in nicely into the mentality of a Gambit youngster. He's always been a player that, when he's popping off and being very explosive, he plays well. Backed up by his teammates, his Spirit are going to try to save all the AKs on CT side. It's kind of funny to see a CT side save all these ops. But I mean, just look at their money, Scriff. It's 5-1 for Gambit. Look at Gambit's bank, and then look at Spirit. You would swear the scoreline would have to be reversed for this to happen. But Spirit will have a full buy, ops, full utility, and then even money left over. Where Gambit youngsters are really still only 1 round away from having to just take a full save to get a full rifle out, right? So this is a really prime opportunity for Spirit to make a change, shift things up, and just work an opening pick, right? It's been lacking. It hasn't necessarily always been there, especially with Disbalance. Even when they get a pick, somehow they still didn't win that round. So they need another one from Disbalance. And SDY is going to stick around connector, maybe a bit too long, but this angle is nasty.
Ooh. Disbalance.
Well, he hit Shiro, who was in Playground, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yo, that's crazy.
That's wild.
That is crazy. It's given them a massive advantage as well. Essentially like a kill and a half. So really, really good room for Spirit to work with off the back of that frag. Gambit youngsters once again left to recover things, but they were holding Friday's balance. He will end up falling. He and Hobbit, Shiro and Hobbit were watching for that. Maybe biting off a little more than he can chew. Meanwhile, moving in towards the A site up via Long. Looking pretty good, but on B, a great response. Spirit are very quickly learning that Gambit youngsters goon squatting around, particularly when they lose a man early on, they don't have much of alert presence. Some Young able to find one. Second looking good for him. It is indeed great pre-fire. Ball down to Shiro and Axel with 25 seconds left. That pesky rotation making its way in. They're also split up. They also only really know where one guy is at. Warp out the map. No, not quite. Second attempt. I think he's going to die doing this. There we go. Moves in to pick his AK back up. Will catch Mirror off guard, but of course no time to go for the round itself. Just trying to deny that all the way. I mean, that's kind of smart, to be fair. Eventually, Axel goes down. Shiro looks to survive. And, well, I mean, they can't afford the AWP, but at least it's a big chunk of cash taken away.
I thought it was a big mistake for Midas Balance to go back for more, which, I mean, in hindsight it is, but Spirit play for that information. They play for the mid-round. Really good call to go ahead and facilitate that, especially after you lose a player on A. You don't want to over-rotate for nothing, so they justify it entirely. Gambit youngsters, when they lose the opening pick, Scriv, it doesn't give room for inters to make a play, right? It just doesn't facilitate anything for them, as I think we're having a bit of a lag, but we're back. I knew we would. But as I was saying, if Gambit youngsters don't get the opening pick, Inters isn't really allowed to do what he does best and lurk around and find those cheeky picks. If Spirit get the first, Gambit become a bit more plain Jane, and that's kind of where Spirit have been capitalizing there. So we need more first picks.
Chopper might have an opportunity at some of those first picks here. Oh, fantastic stuff. Able to get the first and second as well. Brilliant angle, so well controlled. And I feel the round now is really, really, really in favor of Spirit. Especially if he finds more here. Oh, no. Axile will take him down. He's running out of ammo as well. I don't know, maybe biting off a bit more than he can chew there. Still an advantage, but 4v3. Not looking too good if you are Gambit youngsters. 30 seconds left. Have to make a move forwards, and SDY's gotten himself into a really good spot here, actually, to be such a problem, such a nuisance. He'll gain a lot of information even if he goes down, and if he goes 1-for-1, they'll be happy with that. But they're circumventing his position, and he is, wow, timing this brilliantly. In from behind, able to get both. Drops the bomb, and that is the round. Shiro in a 1-on-4, not going to happen for him. Can't even find a single frag. SDY comes in with his 3k. Really well played. Perfect sense of timing. Spirit bring it within 2.
Well, there you have it. Spirit looking a lot better, a little more conservative, a little more reserved. As SDY just needs no molly, needs no man. Gonna go ahead and just take a flash peek and just B-hop out. They're gonna play safe. They know they finally broke the Gambit youngsters' cash. So what does that allow you to do? What allows you to set up in crossfires, right? Even if they invest in pistols, a little bit of utility, a crossfire will best them 9.9 times out of 10. Yes, that is 99%. Quick maths. And that's why I get paid the big bucks, Scriv, for that math. Step your game up.
Yeah, dude. I gotta work on mine, to be fair. You're often pretty solid, pretty strong on the maths. Nice shot coming in from Midas Balance. Ooh, not able to make it away though, and the bomb plant is coming through here. So this is relatively decent so far from Gambit youngsters. And maybe potential for more with that AWP retrieve now. They are dropping them, but Nafi finds another frag. Glock up close. AWP retrieve. Shiro trying to get it done. Gets a second. Oh, that was so close. Mir could not afford to miss a single shot there. However, the fact that it comes down to a one-on-one with the bomb plant successful for Gambit youngsters is far too close if you're Spirit, honestly.
Would have lost my mind if Shiro hit that second shot. My mind is kept, but agree with you. Too much lost on the side of Spirit. Right when you're building that CT bank, right? Still plenty of cash there, but they would have had enough for 2 buys. Now it's just down to the 1. Gambit youngsters giving chase heavily, making them work for this. 5, 6, 7 rounds, honestly, not so bad for Gambit. That's kind of their goal there, Scriv. Next slide, please, Smile. Everything's fine. I love tossing memes into the broadcast, Scriv. It makes it fun. Can you believe someone once told me I'm out of the loop with memes? Like, no cap, as the kids say. Like,
right.
How am I out of the loop?
I don't know, bro. I'd say you're in the loop. Oh.
We're back in the loop now for Gambit, aren't we?
Hell yeah, dude. 2 big ones out of nowhere. Ripping the round right open. First time in a while the Gambit youngsters have actually had themselves an early advantage to work with. So, really solid stuff. 5-on-3 coming in quite comfortably here. And I'm not sure because of how close that previous round comes. I think they're looking to save. Just to be on the safe side. And I feel that that is wise from Spirit. So Gambit youngsters going to be able to hold on to the lead once again, just by 1 or 2 rounds, similar to the way that the Mirage T side was working as well. Spirit were constantly hot on their heels. CT side, actually, no, it was, but all the same. The first half, it was tough for Spirit to gain a foothold, and they had to come back from behind in their second half. So that might well be the case here coming into Overpass as well. But we'll see. They have themselves a pretty hefty amount of cash, should be able to buy up comfortably. Might even see a double up setup from them, something a bit different. Would be nice to see.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance for that. Their loss bonus is still somewhat there, 2-round loss for both teams, funny enough. We know we'll see the one-on-itis balance, and I wouldn't hate a second one. Not going to be the case. Shiro making sure not to nade any of his teammates, as he'll buy double flash. And that's a really well done molly. It's hard to throw a good molly that actually spreads to the stairs, because most players would run through the molly if it's meh and only take like 10-ish damage. But that one, you run through that, you're going to be walking out 30 plus less HP. So good toss there from Spirit. Give him credit where credit is due. And it's water control from Spirit. Mixed feelings about it because it's one player alone script. Magic back to the wall. He just gets cut down. Brutal stuff.
That was weird to watch. He was blinded up. Could have gone huge, but they spot him out, unfortunately. I think we have more of an argument for a save scenario here from Spirit than we did in the previous round, but gonna go for it. Shiro's sacrificial bomb toss. Not really going to be enough to sway things, though, as they will indeed look to save. Idis Balance, of course, wanting to hold on to his AWP. So, Gambit youngsters expanding this lead now to, well, the biggest it's been in a while. 3 rounds, the difference. I think just about able to put together a buy. It is kind of paramount that these players survive, though. Idis Balance moving forward takes down Axile. The rest of the T's not looking to hunt. So they will indeed be able to save what they have. But yeah, certainly Gambit youngsters finding some energy, finding some of that confidence that we know them for towards the tail end of this first half. Spirit are very quickly, probably in this round where they start to really run out of cash, they're very quickly going to have to pull things back. Not even on the max loss bonus here either. So yeah, it's going to be tough if they lose this one.
Yeah, their banks are finally being tested after being so strong for so long. They've definitely had more full buy rounds than Gambit. No question in my opinion in that. and just unable to really convert it. Nice balance, waiting for the flash. SDY is gonna push up to Fountain. Enters, doing what he does best on his own, being an independent man, needing no team. Rarely do you see him die alone. I'm not sure if I just jinxed him. As Magic will drop his smoke, Chopper and Connector, and Spirit. A lot of trust that Gambit are not going to pick up the pace here and just waltz into B. Enters. I thought he had that. Definitely should have, but SDY walks away with a kill.
Oh. Clearing out Connector. On the recovery, Gambit youngsters, it's been a while since they've been in this position. Axel, many spots for the flashbang. But over towards short it goes. They'll probably look to join the team here as well, as they do need to group up and find some kind of a way in to a bomb site. Again, Spirit playing 3 on B very, very solidly as well. You know, usually we see a player towards Graffiti, we see a player at Heaven. But having 3 on the site itself can be somewhat unorthodox if you have no reason to believe that it is going to be B. 15 seconds left, though. They look to move away. Meanwhile, Axile pushing B. Oh, and Hobbit's rotated down. They very quickly made it in here. On the T side, there's not a lot of time. They'll go for the bomb plant. It's well protected. Mir not giving his position away too massively. Meanwhile, edge of the smoke. Axel comes close, but is not able to find the frag. It's still just about a man advantage. Just about. It's so slim. But it's now Hobbit 1 on 2. Low HP for SDY. Tap onto the bomb. He's spotted out. He's also left low. Clean headshot found, though. Some Die Young will spam him away. Kit going to be retrieved. And just about able to find the 5th there, our Spirit. But my goodness, it's awfully close.
Wow. And Nailbiter SDY bailing out the squad. I really felt like Shiro was going to just do it again with the help of Hobbit. 3 kills there from Hobbit. Down to the wire. They get their 5th. And I think they really do have to win out the CT side. Because even though Gambit youngsters seem comfortable right now on the T side, you got to think. CT side of Overpass. A map that on T side you have to fight for every inch of control. And now you have to get through Shiro, who's going to be looking for you with the every opportunity he can. He's going to quick rotate. He's going to be all over the place. So I think Spirit really do have to win out. And they're going to do the 4-1 setup once again, calling the bluff that Gambit will not go quick B and setting up for these A fights that they have to win. Mir, stick around maybe a bit too long. A questionable repeat again from Midas Bounce. That's a couple times, but the setup facilitates these fights. They know the A site's free because the connector player's stuck. Is Magic gonna check this tunnel? Oh my goodness, the timing there is absurd.
That's a little ridiculous. I feel, unfortunately, it may end up being to no avail. We'll see. I think with that, it does give him the confidence to move forwards here. Maybe information in that Shiro is tagged low. Go for it, my guy. Going to be ecoing in the next round anyway, I think, if they lose this one. So we will see. Not looking good. Bomb not planted for him. Does have a smoke available. Nice little jump peek there. Making minimal noise. There's not a lot of time, so he's really trying to wind the clock down here. Going to tap onto the bomb instead of just going for it, and Nafany shoots him in the back. So he's not able to find anything. I feel like with the bombs being so far ticked and sneaking in there, you may as well just try and go for it. But the benefit of hindsight, of course, not going to work in favor of Spirit. Gambit youngsters retaining that 3-round lead, looking to be a 4-round lead as well, Keith.
Looking to maintain and keep going forward, aren't they? Spirit not giving chase here, really can't. If Gambit get 10 rounds on this T side script, I mean, what else do you say then? That's just a gorgeous T side half from Gambit. Obviously there's some factors, especially in Overpass. The economy changes have made a bit of a change to how the T side gets away with a few more rounds, sure, but you can't take away the fact that it is a CT sided map. That Spirit seemingly just missing the mark at the moment. It's Gambit youngsters who started hot early. Spirit made the appropriate changes, And since then, Gambit have adapted. It's been a while since we've seen some good mid-rounding and adaptation in this series from Gambit, but they've done it here at the perfect time. I mean, map 3, what other time is there to do it?
Well, indeed. Able to drop Ida's balance on the flank. I think it should be pretty solid here. I mean, as to be expected, to be honest. Certainly going the way that you would indeed think. All good here, as Hobbit will clean up house. Nice little clean triple from him in the end. 9th round coming in for Gambit youngsters. Let's see what Spirit have got coming into this final round of the first half. Should be a decent enough buy, but there might be a couple players struggling.
Oof, this buy. Yeah, the Scout Finest balance. MP9 for SDY. He's been a facilitator of plenty of opening picks, so it's not because MP9 is going to limit his options. And Mir, the Silence M4, he's been so good with it. Gets a second. The third doesn't even want to peek him. They want nothing to do with him. I don't think Nafny's coming through this. Nah, Mir gets out. And that's just a heroic play. What else can you say? Other than Mir just took the round into his hands and gave them a 2-man advantage. Keep in mind, this is the lowest round conversion rate for Gambit, I believe, of round win percentage after receiving the first death. They spotted both players crossing. No way they expect 3 here. If they get all 3, absurdity. No way Shiro expects 2 more. 1, sure. But yeah, there you go.
Well, Spirit, 3 seems to be the magic number at the moment. Final frag will come in, and they go into the second half pretty much how they had the entirety of the first half, only 3 rounds behind. So, we will see here. Looking, I mean, good for both sides, I would say, to be honest with you. Like, as to be expected, this close, intense kind of finish really is coming to a head towards the end of this series. Interesting to note as well, of course, the T side, Spirit's wheelhouse here on Overpass, so this could be dangerous for Gambit youngsters.
It is,
pause
yeah.
to start us off as well into the second half, so I feel like they might recognize that fact.
Yeah, statistically speaking, Spirit really do just kind of run teams over on this T side. A higher win percentage than their CT side, as I mentioned pre-game. Kind of just a comfort area for Spirit. I think if they enjoy the fighting for control, they like making CT sides a little miserable with their strong defaulting, and Ida's balance really comes to life on the T side op. So gonna need him to wake up a little bit more. Mir's had some rounds, STY to boot. Honestly, a low friend game, all things considered, across the board. And as this unpause is certainly going to be bound to happen soon as players are buying, look for how Spirit are going to work the map. How's their default going to look? Do they have any set pocket strats? Is their B explode going to be deadly where Gambits were lackluster? Even though Gambit walk away with 9 rounds, Scriv wasn't as explosive as I thought it might have been for Gambit. A lot of defaulting, a lot of working picks, not a lot of quick strats. So maybe Spirit will have a different approach.
Maybe. I mean, I would have thought so. I think it does look like these two teams have very different approaches. Meanwhile, a really slow start from Spirit. They will look to launch over the top as soon as they are spotted. However, great return flash from the CT side. They look away from it, but it just throws their aim off enough. Inters in with a double. Nafany covering his escape. The bomb, okay, seems to be bugged out. It's a little weird. I was going to say, I'm not sure if you're seeing this on the HUD. It looks like it's, well, not even on the HUD, like on the map. Looks like it's planted, but I'm pretty sure Sumdai Young still got it in hand. So I don't know what's happened there. That's a little freaky. Deaky, but all the same, 5 on 2. Okay, well, quick headshots coming in from Chopper, to be fair there. Let's see what the deal is, whether he's able to find another couple or not. 4 on 2, 35 seconds. That's not the bomb. Okay. Some Die Young has it in hand. Whether he gets to plant it or not is another question. They're really desperate for frags here. There you go. That's the real bomb going down. Chopper missing all the shots on the player at Heaven. Nafany's like, okay, I got him, guys. And then just gets banged out. But eventually the team able to finish him off and pick up the 10th.
Wow, there you have it. Gambit youngsters. Is that officially flawless on all pistols, Scriv? I think so.
Yeah, I believe so. I've been keeping track, man.
Yeah, they're 6 for 6, only losing 1 force buy round that followed. So, Spirit on this T side, going to be saving for those AKs. It's the right move, right? AKs are cheaper. The utility for T sides are cheaper. Going to go ahead and just save into here. Probably would have really liked a plant. Just couldn't happen. Gambit youngsters spreading out across the map. Looking really good with 10 rounds already on the CD side, right? Winning pistol. Again, not a fluke for them anymore. They have figured out a way to make pistols very consistent for them. And it's made all the difference in the series, I'd say, even.
Yeah, I feel like it. It's kind of surprising as well, isn't it? It just tells you how well the rifle rounds went for Spirit on Mirage. Don't think they converted both the pistols. I do seem to remember there was a force buy win.
There was
Spirit.
one, yeah.
Yeah.
On Mirage, their CT side, yeah.
But all the same, it is something nice and comfortable to have in the back pocket. Back in the day, we'd say massive. But these days, slightly less so because of the prominence of those force buys and the prominence of like 3rd round buys and all that kind of stuff. All the same, pretty damn impressive. And it does ease some of the pressure. Hit coming in towards the A-bomb site here for Spirit. Axile triple. Oh, the ace was on the cards. Not going to happen for him. It's Shiro to find the final couple. 11 for Gambit youngsters pretty quickly. No real contest from Spirit. And here we are with that 3rd round buy off the back of the bomb plant. Or the lack of the bomb plant, actually, sorry. Either way, they will look to go for the AKs as soon as possible. So slightly different approach from Spirit.
Well, here we are. As you said, bomb plant facilitates a chunkier buy than we're perhaps we're expecting, but look at the nades. Chopper and Ida's balance, basically half health for both. That one hurts very early, and it's actually sending them back out of the A site. They want nothing to do with whatever's happening towards A. I think with the player already up short in Mir here, they're just going to execute. They're just going to let Mir have good timing. He's going to be entering while the flashes pop. And this could be deadly for the youngsters here, Scriff. This could get really weird.
Who's coming in? What is with this bomb? That's going to get so confusing. I don't know what's happened there. I feel like it's not even the HUD or anything. Just the Go TV or something is bugged out. It's really weird. Anyway, try and ignore it. We'll also try and do the same, but I'm sure there's going to be some action going down on the B-bomb site and be like, oh, the bomb's been dropped. But, you know, of course, not the case. And it looks like we're going to see action on the B-bomb site in this round. Maybe not on the site itself, though, because Inter's holding them back. We've got the floating man, of course, just outside of Monster. Inter's for a couple. MP9 comes in, drops the real bomb real far away. Another 3-on-2 is somewhat split. Mir, though, just walking through the smoke. Oh, Nafany, so sneaky. Magic's ready for it, though. They must have known he was around. The only place he could be was in the smoke. Axile also going to fall, and Spirit turn that one from bad to real good real fast.
Yeah, regardless of the weaponry, they do make that work really nicely. Like Gambit having to take some risks, right? Because the downgraded weapons, the MP9 and the FAMAS, and Spirit just waltz on in, not taking any risks, firing into the smokes, not allowing any sneaky beaky plays to happen, right? The MP9 is really only getting one, not able to upgrade to grab an AK and Gambit. Their bonus round turns into a save round real quick. What's nice is, even though Nafty's basically on a double save, Hobbit will have enough to drop him. So I suppose there's that going for them. And Spirit just going to be playing default across the map, Scriv, playing for picks, trying to prod for info, not allow a stack to catch them off guard. Really standard stuff from Spirit, but it's what they have to do if they want to run this back, right? Build a T-side bank. If you can avoid having to take a save after losing one round, especially with the round count as it is, it's really nice for Spirit. Losing one or two players here wouldn't be the end of the world, but it would certainly hurt a little bit. And with 0 and just a deagle, they should escape with 4.
Yeah, it will be the case, as he's not able to find anything. Just to highlight for you guys, of course, you might have already seen we did have the new graphic coming in, but of course the Esports Millions is back for Cup number 4. I'm sure you guys know all about it. We did mention it briefly, that €1 million on the line. Esportsmillions.gg, you can take part for free, and it'll be going on throughout the entirety of Cup 4. You've got to predict 10 questions is essentially the deal to be in with a chance. There's also a main gear PC up for grabs worth up to $1,500. So a lot going on, as well as Unicorn with all that support. They return up to €80 of bets off of a €20 deposit, and code relog is also available for you guys to get some bonus cash there, up to 300%, I think, on your first deposit. There has to be some kind of a monetary cutoff on that, but all the same, really good stuff coming in from Unicorn to supporters, as well as that esportsmillions.gg. Into the first rifle round, though, comes in at perfect time. I'm able to do the plugs, and we see a bit of a slow start from Spirit.
Yeah, very default centric again. Spirit settling into it. I said keep an eye on their default, right? How are they going to break across the map? What are they going to do to not ensure they don't get caught off by Gambit aggression, but also getting map control? And it seems like Water playing for Monster and just having one player kind of prod A, not really poke it too hard, has been their start. I wonder if that's going to continue into the future rifle rounds. Is they're going to go for the pixel boost once again? Mir will go up. Hopeful this time he finds something. Instead, he falls. That should be a sign that there's 2 players here. Is he really going to go up again? No. He's lining up some utility. This is just an execute at this point now, Scriv.
Waiting for the smoke to come in. So they do have half of the site control. Axile and Shiro, though, 2 quick kills from them. There's big gaps in the smoke. Nafty on high. Hobbit to help him out. Wow, they have just ripped it apart, letting them get the bomb down, kind of putting them into a false sense of security there. Really solid stuff from Gambit youngsters as they just tear through to pick up the 12th. This is looking good towards the tail end, as they will indeed. That 3-4 rounds that they've had pretty much the entire game on Spirit continues to plague the Overdogs. Really, really tough stuff.
Axile, 20 kills. He's having a game. He's up there. Taking a bit of a run, and again, Esports Million. See the results on screen. And the next edition, Friday, August 28th. There you have it. Beautiful. That's Spirit. Here's the pace. Again, continuing this 4-1 setup. 1 player connector and or A early. Throw a couple flashes. Keep them honest. And water control has been Spirit's go-to. They feel his B-side from Gambit could be weak, and Intros just double peaks. The boost from Mir at least finds the refrag, Scriv. And these trades are not bad from Spirit. Any utility you can get out now after going even with 1:15 on the clock is pretty ideal.
Yeah, very true, actually. Ooh, chasing him down, Nafany. Able to get one there. Kind of lucky that he does. Inter's not so lucky. Shiro here pretty quickly, though. Bomb plant going to be coming in. He wants to swing for it. And, well, Magic's read his mind. Axile in a 1 versus 3. They don't really have cash available. However, at the same time, him saving might not make a difference. He just wants to keep a hold of this AK, though. So going to look to play things nice and safe. It will be a 9th coming in for Spirit. They are once again hot on the heels, but it's just closing things even further is really, really difficult for them. Like I said at the tail end of the last round, really going to be hard.
There we go, Spirit. Catapult themselves to 9, and look at the money. Double save for Hobbit now, as he had to drop a player, right? Because keep in mind, it was a while, not that long ago, Nafany was on a double save when they saved. And Hobbit had enough to be able to drop him. So now Nafany should be able to return that favor come next round, and or Exile, depending how this goes. And Gambit youngsters so close to that finish line, but Spirit are certainly on the right path to getting to double digits, and then who knows where it goes from there. Scriv, their approach has been relatively safe, very slow in terms of CIS pacing, right? Which is almost par of the course between these two teams. When it's ecos, they slow down, play the default. When it's rifles, it's a bit more of an aggressive default in water, right? Taking risks with some utility, taking some boosts. We haven't really seen Spirit do anything too erratic and too quick. As they miss a monster smoke. That's actually kind of big. That was the only one they had, so that matters.
Yeah, really playing this one safe, leading the charge. Well, I mean, it's less of a charge, more of a stroll. All the same, there's no one here. So I feel very quickly this is the round. There might, okay, be an opportunity, a couple kills, no noise made. Nafany caught completely with his pants down there, looking to set Inters up on the boost, I think. They kind of know it. Kills start coming in now. They will secure themselves that 10th and bring it awfully close. Gambit youngsters, threat is under... lead is under threat, sorry. So they will have to be winning this next rifle round, to be honest. Otherwise, Spirit might just start gaining the momentum towards the tail end. And, well, we know what happens when Spirit can get momentum on the T side.
Oh. Not snappy from Mir. Exile's gonna be able to save, I imagine? No. How good is Mir playing? 4 kills. Here comes the buy from the youngsters, however. Someone's gotta help Hobbit out, and I think he's just gonna be left to his own devices. Kindness is not rewarded, as he was able to drop for a teammate last time in the situation. This time around, no one budgeted for him. He gets sent down to the MP9. What does this tell us? Don't be friendly to people in pugs. Always buy for yourself. Just kidding. Be friendly to everyone. Hobbit, he'll get the job done on the MP9, however, Scriv. At least we get Shiro with us off. I've hyped him up as this aggressive beast on overpass. Someone who's typically very consistent for Gambit youngsters. And I think it's about time that he does wake up, because Spirit are really riding that momentum wave.
Yeah, danger zone, definitely. Heating up right now, and Shiro, yeah, is usually the scary guy, the danger man. Oh, Chopper gonna drop Exile meanwhile. So I guess the work even more cut out for Shiro. Boost coming in. Not able to find anything off of it, but they do discover areas maybe where the CTs are sat. Or not sat, for that matter. Yeah, lovely shot from him, continuing to be a massive, massive impact for this Spirit side on the T end of things. They are looking to move in to the B-bomb site, and I feel like the save from Gambit youngsters is probably going to come in, unless Hobbit on the MP9 up close and personal can, well, be a super scary danger man. I don't know, dude, like, I just don't think they really have a chance here, and they'll have to look to save once again. Spirit going to be up to 11, bringing it within 1. The pressure mounting for Gambit youngsters to close this game out.
Yeah, definitely mounting. They've lost a couple chances here. The opening picks have been coming in in droves from Spirit. And their key players are waking up, while other key players are falling asleep. Not to point fingers at Shiro, but silent. He's gonna get hunted here. Third shot's the charm. He is gonna be able to save the op script. Again, not gonna be a buy around it. Having the save, and we can have a tied game. After Gambit winning 3 in a row on the CT side to jump them to 12, or to 11, I suppose. Spirit have won 5, excuse me, out of the last 6. And as you pointed out, and as we talked about earlier, Spirit's T side, seemingly their strength on overpass. So Gambit really need to get things together. I'm not sure exactly what will work. I honestly think A aggression is going to be key for Gambit in rifle rounds. Spirit have been heavily set towards B, so I think that's got to be the change.
Yeah, it's really coming all the way down to the wire, though. Once again, similar to Mirage, Spirit are really picking things up on this T side, and this is kind of what happened, where it took them a little while to get going on their T side for sure. There you go, Magic's a couple of eco frags for him. But yeah, it did take them a little while to get going on their T side of things, but once they did, Gambit youngsters just could not get back in. So it's a dangerous time. It's really scary, actually, if the next rifle round does not go the way of Gambit youngsters. I think Spirit might have picked up enough energy and money and whatnot to keep on rolling and perhaps find the game. Particularly if they lose this next one without any saves. So, probably the most important round of the game so far for Gambit youngsters. It really, really is.
One kit on Shiro. Utility is there from the youngsters. And here's a little more A-side aggression I've been waiting for. Again, the 4-1 has been Spirit's go-to. Water control. Boost and force a pick or fight towards short. And then explode and contact out monster. If Chopper doesn't get pressured, he doesn't get pushed. And this time, connector control from Exile, and it's gorgeous. I've been waiting for something like that from Gambit. And Exile gets in, gets out. Chopper's gonna try to find someone on the exit, only able to spot them, will not be given the chance. And that is more like it from Gambit. I was waiting for them to do something similar to this, and they finally deliver.
I mean, this is kind of the thing. It was really similar in the first half, similar in the first half Mirage as well, which happened on the T side of things. But look, they were able to speedily come back in and make sure that they kept things competitive. Spirit's momentum has been stopped ever so slightly in the round. The round itself not over just yet. With Chopper falling, it's looking more and more likely Exile having a round. Oh, the nade in at short as well. He's just reading the situation perfectly. 4K so far. Ace on the cards. They know where SDY is now after that shot. Does look like the ace will be denied away, but all the same, 13th coming in for Gambit youngsters. That pressure and importance on that round makes them step up, and they perform really, really well, able to retain the lead. Spirit, now the ball in their court. How do they respond?
Yeah, it's been a while since Spirits have kind of had a bit in pressure to respond. They've built up a T bank, which does help them with the response, not once but perhaps twice. But they got to be careful for the round count. Gambit creeping up to that 14 very quickly. And if Spirit's economy gets broken, Scriv, that may just be game after the next. So need one of the two, no doubts about it. And Spirit, from typically doing a 4-1 on rifle rounds, electing now to do a full spread default. Give time for Idas balance, let him work that off. Shiro's his nemesis currently towards long. A little give and take being done here by Gambit and Spirit, right? Give bathrooms take long. Idis balance, I'm not sure. I think that was his self flash peak, so a risk I'm not sure really had a reward there, and he gets punished.
Rest of the squad might as well. Great molly, great setup. Hobbit and Inters cleanly spraying down a killer piece. 5-on-2 for Chopper and Magix, and well, really not looking good. The flank through here from Axile, spots the barrel, finds the head easily enough, all onto Magix. Might as well just go for this here. Does have plenty of cash to save, but there's a lot of time to do that in. He's also got the bomb. He could also do some economic damage to make life easier in future. So yeah, I think going for it here, there's a much better argument for that. And go for it he shall. Whether he finds anything is another question. I mean, these initial B holders are a little low. Ooh, what? Oh, Magix. Oh, you hate to see it. He needed to land one bullet. And then he gets the difficult spray down onto Axile's knees. You know, classic, really. Okay, another one coming in. They are getting a little giddy here on the CT side. So he does that damage. He does end up saving his weapon. Gets some kill bonuses in. You know, whether he dies or saves there, it's all good because his cash is just in a strong enough spot that it doesn't make a difference.
There is that pesky 14. And for some odd reason, some Die Young goes for a P90. Cash wasn't the decision here. I think leading first out Monster was the decision maker here. Shiro not blinded. Goodbye SD Wire. Entry Fragger's SMG is gone. Mirror double entry right back Scriv. As Inchers is fighting from barrel, but he's gone. Ganapany hold from short. Out of bullets and out of HP. Spirit have brute forced B. And Gambit youngsters were not necessarily prepared for that change of pace.
That's exactly what Spirit needed, right? A gotcha kind of round. It's still not necessarily over. As Axile does have a decent chance trying to move in from behind. Not really sold on the fact. Gonna chill. I guess he's sat here to spot. Maybe see if they come his way. Not gonna be the case, of course. They've crept through Monster. Very quiet indeed from Spirit. Not making any noise at all. So Axile, I don't think it's gonna come as a massive surprise, but maybe a little surprise. Okay, now that they start mollying off and everything, he has a really good idea. Looks for the Monster play. Oh! Gets the catch. The flash comes in from Chopper. I mean, it's mistimed. What can he do about that? It's so tough. Meanwhile, moving in up against Idis Balance on the USP. Goes round the corner a bit too slowly, though, and Idis Balance was aggressive. Axile not able to find it. Spirit will get their 13th by the skin of their teeth there.
Narrowly. How close is this game, Scriv? Both teams pretty much exhausting their bank. SDY says, you know what? Getting picked by Shiro didn't hurt my feelings. Didn't make me want to change my mind. We're doing it again. And he's running it back with the P90. In he goes, looking to the wall so the flash won't hit him. The nade off the mark, and he will entry with the P90. Getting one Scriv, but quickly traded back.
Still coming in thick and fast here. Mirroring with double. That's the difference maker. Not traded back there, not giving the CTs a solid chance back into the round. Spirit have really tapped into something here. Fast B. Very effective, very angry. And it will gain them their 14th as well as that 13th, of course. So yeah, stringing a couple together. This one a lot cleaner, much more decisive. Shiro looking to stay alive on the AWP, but the round itself definitely over. Oh, and the next one going to be tough. Will they buy up? Will they eco for the overtime? I think they might just go for it, Keith.
Yeah, especially seeing the op on Shiro. He can drop an M4. Definitely buying. I don't see why they wouldn't. So yeah, Shiro already drops that op. Or drops the M4, excuse me. They're not playing for OT here. They are playing for the win. And this is Spirit. Notice how when they won 6 out of 7 rounds, Scriv, they set a pattern. 4B, 1A, default, into execute, picks, into like contacts. They set patterns. And the last couple rounds, they broke that pattern. Quick B. Gambit now have 4 towards B off a spawn, giving up more map control towards A. Spirit are playing the long game. They're playing the pattern break system of CS and playing the numbers. And it is working beautifully. Just really nicely done from Spirit. And Gambit put a lot of pressure on Exile now, right? They're really nervous about B. It's been falling. It's been the sides that's been working. Gambit's change, stack numbers there. Spirit's approach, presence towards A now. Really get these rotates nervous.
Just the bell of the train ringing out. Certainly cut this tension with a knife, as they say. Molly to keep them at bay. They are looking to, I think, burst through this as soon as it dissipates. Once again, looking for a fast approach. Playing contact, slightly slower this time around, and well, the contact comes in. Hobbit is successful with it. Inter's not so much. Shiro through on the AWP. 4 on 3. Smoke comes towards short. Shiro's gone for a reposition at heaven to try and find the tip of a head, but I think, unfortunately, that smoke is working against him. Meanwhile, Chopper nice and slow towards short. Ooh, knows the angle. Hobbit spots him first, but he's able to just wildly spray down. Left on 4 HP. Key frag found by Nafany. As the man advantage will come in. 4 HP, like I say, for Chopper, really going to make a difference here. So I disbalance. A lot of the weight is on his shoulders. He must do 2, 3 even. The defuse coming in. He will get taken down, and well, Chopper's too late. Also falls. And that'll be 15 for Gambit youngsters. Overtime at the very least secured. Of course, Spirit have money to buy.
Oh my goodness. All the way to round 30, exactly what this game deserves and what this series has summarized in my feelings. And just a fun little update, by the way. The Wisla boys have taken north to a 3rd map, and they're currently leading over there. So just an interesting little tidbit if you want to keep an eye on that game. Who will be in the grand finals? Will it be Spirit making the run back on the T side, or will Gambit be the breaker of dreams and take this one? What a connector pinch. Gambit take a risk. Shiro's in the smoke. His head is gone, and it's starting to smell like overtime. Or maybe that's just the toast I smell downstairs, Scriv.
Time will tell. Smell of overtime in the air. Anyone remembers
Not the
Raheem?
smell of GG.
Yeah, not the smell of GG. Not yet.
No.
Not yet. I wonder what ever happened to that guy, you know?
Living his best life.
Of course, always. Either way, 5 on 3. Great little angle from Inters. Could make the difference. Finds one. His teammate Hobbit does fall, and Inters can't get away. Surely that's enough, unless Nafany clutches. Probably one of the most insane clutches of his life. Does manage to find the first. Ooh, caught dropping down. Nade coming in. Tiny bit of damage. Quick flick up. Okay. Whoa, for a second there. For a second there, but not going to be the case. The overtime indeed is required.
Whew. Exactly what this best of 3 series deserves, though. OT in the last map. It's been chess. At times, checkers, just running into B, hopping over each other, trading. But Spirit have played a bit of a chess match on this T side, right? We've seen their extremely passive default against force buys from Gambit, not giving them an inch. We've seen their 4-1, which is kind of standard against rifles. And then we've seen Spirit switch it up. A couple quick Bs, break the pattern, Gambit adjust, make changes, and then they send 2 P players towards A to poke and prod. We've seen different looks from Spirit, but it's all based on how Gambit reacts. And again, back to the 4-1. Right when Gambit give up on the heavier B-side stacks. I mean, this is just Spirit playing really well. Unpredictable Counter-Strike.
Ooh. Shiro finding that opener. Will they finally get their 16th here on the Gambit youngsters side of things? That's the real question. Looking good so far to begin overtime. That pesky bomb still there, but we've been doing well not to get distracted by it. Mere catching a distracted Inters meanwhile. They've been going for that boost quite a lot, to be honest with you. So, really, really solid stuff. Well, Axile behind, containing them in. Has a fair amount of information, but it looks like they're kind of ready for him. I mean, not entirely sure here. I think just weary of the flank. I'm not sure that they've heard him. It doesn't look like it, right? Otherwise, they'd be fully dedicated to now watching behind, and that's not the case. So Axile's position, Axile's instant flank, really going to make the difference. Oh, no. Idis Balance goes back to check. Just his hunch. I don't know. He just turns around, goes for it, finds a quick scope, I would have thought, onto his opponent there. Meanwhile, they're going to try and fake out the A-bomb site with a single flashbang. And it might just have worked. Nafany's still here on this secondary AWP. 10 seconds left, misses the close shot. Looking for a second, not going to happen. And the round pretty much over. Shiro 1v4. I mean, these are types of rounds where he'd go for it, but bouncing in comes Mir. He's now going to have a bit of help. Automatic pistol on his hip, not able to get anything done. And Spirit will be up to 16.
Continuing those T-side troubles that continue to woe Gambit. No sense of security at all for Gambit. The double ops could be a fight or flight type of response for them, but it's Spirit who are settling in so nicely. Scriv haven't talked about their cohesion or team play a lot throughout the series, but it's starting to show really well here on Overpass. To no surprise, both teams equally matched on this final map. But it's just the mind games that have me very interested in this game. Outside of the absurdity of the fights we've seen and the instant trades back and forth from both sides. Safe to say this game is delivering. And you're right when you said earlier, this could have been a final. Agree wholeheartedly. Chopper, not dead? Shiro? Scoped on the other side of Long, does not see him. That's a heart wrencher. And that's a flick.
.40 seconds. Looking really good once again for Spirit. I mean, in the previous round, they started from behind. This one, they start pretty damn strong. So, Gambit youngsters with their work cut out. A couple of them sat on the A-bomb side, but with Chopper moving in by himself, I think he's ready for this fact. Pre-fire comes in, not able to find anything. But it's just so fast. Nafany, not so much, I guess. 3-on-2, looking good. As, yeah, the A players, I mean, they managed to eliminate Chopper, right? But they will look to save now that the B-bomb site has fallen. I mean, it is overtime. You might as well throw yourself at it. But maybe if they're looking to go for another double-up setup, they don't want to do that. Also, Axile's got an AK, one-tap potential, all that good stuff. So we'll see. Yeah, it looks like they're kind of on the extremities. Not really dedicating to it massively.
I wonder if this map has changed a little bit for Gambit with the lack of the support that Super would have brought, right? I wonder if Hobbit is really ingrained in the timing of utility yet on a complex map like Overpass, right? Is he as situated as perhaps Super was in the role that he's trying to fill, especially on Overpass? Mirage, Dust 2, Nuke, or Mirage, Dust 2, and what are the other maps we saw them play? Inferno? Kind of maps you can plug and play. Overpass, a bit more to it. And Spirit winning the first 2 rounds on their T side is just going to bode really well. It is their statistically best side, but even going flawless is really hard to do. And Gambit desperately need this last.
Could be really dangerous if they drop this, to be honest. Again, another slow start from Spirit coming in. Really keeping the tension high, right? Making Gambit youngsters worry. A little unsure of themselves. Axile goes for the swing ahead of the flashbang. Unfortunately, doesn't work for him. Hobbit, meanwhile, has now taken up the AWP, and he finds success with it. Shiro from behind, trying to move quick. Guidus balance up against him. They both miss. They both pull out the big iron. And they will end up dueling. It's Idus balance to come out on top, however. 4 on 3 as the bomb goes down. Really looking good for Spirit here. And well, yeah, Gambit youngsters moving in towards the site. Sumdai Young, meanwhile, is behind them. Little do they know. Turning away from the flash. Might have missed his window of opportunity. Not going to be the case. The defuse coming in, but he can't get it fast enough. And Spirit will find that flawless overtime half.
Wild. This T side has been honestly almost like a work of art, the way they've worked across the map, got Gambit rotating, got in their heads, really. Like, really played some mind games here heavily. I love how some Young realizes the flash was tossed as a CT was jumping on the defuse, and they shut it down. Only 1 round needed on the favored side, the CT side. You know, Gambit are not going to go out with a fight, Scriv. But man, that T side was so, it's honestly a thing of beauty.
Well, this is it. Spirit in with a solid chance to close things out, and it would be a bit of a heartbreaking end, I have to be honest, Keith. Gambit keeping it so close throughout both this map and Mirage. After such a strong start to the series on Dust 2, it would maybe be a little quick of a checkout from them in overtime to not pick up a single round. I suppose they would look to change that. Spirit, meanwhile, going for not super unorthodox, but for them it certainly is a little different. More pressure on the A-bomb site, whereas before, when we were watching them in regulation on their CT side, they had 3 on B very, very often. Chopper to find the first. Sumdai Young going to get traded back. So still a 4 on 4, still definitely doable. Chopper looking, to be a nuisance with his pesky off angles. Finds one, finds a second even. He will go down, but my goodness, the damage done is paramount. 20 seconds left. There's a very desperate, very quick rotation to B, has been read like a book. Now only 15 seconds, about 5 seconds to get the bomb down in and of itself at the moment. Really not looking good. The bomb drops. Mir finds the double at the end, and Spirit go undefeated in overtime to win it 19-15, Keith. Really, really solid stuff coming in. As, yeah, Gambit youngsters just dropping off a cliff there towards the end. I think burnt out and maybe a little disappointed in themselves that they couldn't get it done in regulation.
I mean, how impressive was that from Spirit, right? From the Mirage run back after Dust 2, which, I mean, let's be honest, they were a little shy, a little That's okay. That's okay.
For the side of Spirit, and then on the other side of things, I'll go towards.
Don't you take my Hades. Okay, good,
yeah,
good, good.
I knew where you were going. I've got to give you one of the two strong names.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the Oppers. I'm gonna go Idis balance, and I'm gonna go Hades. Okay. I think these maps are an interesting balance of op aggression and op like big brain plays, right? There's room for aggression on Nuke, Inferno, and Overpass, but there's also a time to be passive and safe with your positioning and kind of supporting your teammates in your placement across the map. So I'm really looking at both Oppers in these series. I think Nuke's going to really determine which way it goes. But I mean, I love an underdog, so I am going to go for the Visa boys.
Okay, dude. I appreciate it. I respect it. Well, yeah. I guess the majority, the org, you know, you gotta give it something. And I feel Smooya's whole career is, you know, an underdog story, really. My guy. Maybe. Maybe. He's a cool guy, though. I don't know. I suppose so, yeah, to be fair. Yeah. Yeah. But all the same, it generally, in England, comes down to football, of course, is where the underdog story is at.
Of course.
Either way, we are moving into the pistol here. Quick stuff from the Polish boys. They just rush straight out onto A. Sumdai Young is ready and waiting for them. He does get one, but he's overwhelmed in the end. Meanwhile, damage coming in. Mir finding a frag. Chopper going down quickly. It's chaotic and crazy. This is what these were looking for, of course. 3 on 2. And the bomb never really made it in. I'm not quite sure. Did it get dropped behind, or did Spiro...
He just made it in with
wait
it, yeah.
patiently? Yeah, it's a little late. All the same, 2 on 2 comes in.
I wonder if they're going to go back up. They just found the secret player. And if they catch Idis Balance, they could go back A. They even may. If Magic lets his presence known, I'm surprised they're still committing here with the bomb. Yeah, there it goes. Right back up to A. Doesn't even matter. Hades and Shapiro back and forth. That is absurd. Hades with 3 kills on the pistol round. They just handled that 2v3, honestly, to near perfection. Waiting for rotates, playing the clock, and Spirit fed right into it.
Straight out of the gate. Looking scary. Really looking scary indeed. I mean, we will see whether it continues here. But yeah, Spirit seem to have the upper hand, not able to convert. Like we said, these were not foreign to Nuke. They certainly could steal things away here. Mir, though, spots a gap in the smoke. Able to drop Jedka. That's a really nice opening kill coming in. Spiro is also being tagged up low. So not the best of starts. Once again, the Poles taking it real fast. All the way down Secret, already on B with 1:20 left. Doesn't happen very often. It does require a lot of speed. That headshot needed to land. Not going to happen, though. Meanwhile, the bomb is going down. Mollies and smokes and nades all being utilized effectively here by Wisla. They'll start to push forwards. Mac 10 closing the gap, looking solid. Should be another kill or two, but maybe not. Idis Balance on the scout doing work. Sumdai Young gonna drop a couple as he spins around on the Mag 7. All gonna be down to Spiro. There's still time to get the defuse in. Sumdai Young converts his 3k. And they will steal away the force by Keith.
Well, that is more like it for STY, isn't it? He zeroes it in, and we've seen Team Spirit do that before. Only once in a best-of-3 series on 3 maps against Gambit youngsters, but they pull it out there. They get away with 2 AKs. I think the AWP has already been purchased by Sumdai Young and tossed over to Idis Balance. That is the case. As we have a little bit of a dropout from the Wisla boys. Need a little bit of a break, do we, for the Wisla? Waiting for this 5th player to come back in. But, I mean, look at this Mag 7. How do you best him? Like, the Mag 7 to me is always going to win those fights no matter what invents. And they just let it happen. They give him the chance. And now Team Spirit have a massive buy. They don't even want to bring the scout into this round. Like, they forced the up. They're really chasing this here. And depending on the pace in which the Wisla boys bring into this round, it could be a determining factor if that off gets punished. I don't think it will. But you never know what these Polish boys will break out.
Again, employing speed outside, but... oh, not going to work so much. What? How? Sumdai Young not come away with anything there. It's Chopper in with the triple, though, who steps up in a huge way for his squad. Magic's going to drop the final one. But my goodness, that was messy. Sumdai Young looked like an easy double for him. They're too fast, spin around to take him down, but I guess his distraction is enough to work off of.
Wow. Chopper back sight. The triple FAMAS spray down. Just needed his boys to be a distraction, and he'll do the cleaning. As it is just Glocks for the most part for the Wisla boys. And they are still in here for Idis Balance, making his presence known very early. And he is going to be this dynamic presence. We didn't see too much of him in the Gambit youngsters best-of-3, I'd say. Honestly, I think overall he was relatively quiet. Maybe overshadowed a bit by Shiro, which I think is kind of fair to say, Scriv. But at the same time, I think he's really going to shine here alongside Hades. All these maps require dynamic opping, which both players are capable of, aggression at times, support, as I said, supporting your teammates and just being that backbone and anchor and towards having a big garage. And I think both these players will fit that role beautifully. So these maps couldn't be better to set up these players. And they're not going to be able to get the op-out from Hades. I mean, the SG is a close second, but not quite the same.
Well, here we are. Spirit looking to really solidify the lead that they have right now. Meanwhile, of course, on that T side, hoping to stay hot on the heels as they have for quite some time. Midas Balance, though, going to break the silence. Will open up onto Hades. Meanwhile, outside, Mir looking to hold things from Credit Card, not looking too good. As he is being forced away quite aggressively. Oh, he's just going to work around the smoke, though. Great flash coming in. Drops Minio. And Spirit, very early on here, Keith, looking solid and maybe just a slight level above. Since winning that force buy, they have looked really good. Okay. That's just not very nice. Mir continuing that super sick level he was on.
Why would he stop? He has been so good. Pawn check will try him, but he gets taken down. Spirit will jump up to a 4th round. Wisla gonna go ahead and have to take a save. Mir, your boy, you called it. Having one hell of a start to Nuke. 8 kills. Some die young, not far behind at 7, but I mean the style in which that headshot was landed. I mean, just look at that. Nasty. That was even a left angle peek, strafing crouch shot. Like, okay. If you're a Wisla fan, you don't want to see any more of that. But Team Spirit, give me more. Midas Balance, not going to take the bait on the first player jumping. Actually splits the needle. Magic's going to be overwhelmed, but no. Good utility usage from his teammate. The flash and the molly. And he'll just cut them down. The ops even want to come back and repeat from Midas Balance. He'll have to save his teammate's life. And that missed shot may result in his death, but no. They've recovered. Everything's fine. He's going to check up, and he will, but some Die Young's got him.
Absolute beasts. Really, really good stuff. Team Spirit looking very scary. Like, I cannot reiterate enough. They're getting aggressive outside. And, well, the first frag actually goes the way of Wisla. Second and the third. Hades has fallen, but it's a 4-on-2. The quick aggression here from Team Spirit not working out at all. There's a solid advantage comes in for the Polish side. So we'll see whether or not Spirit have got what it takes to pull things back from a seemingly unwinnable round. Ooh, that's a bit awkward. Trade from Magics. I feel like now in a 1-on-3 that should seal the deal. They know kind of vaguely where he's at as well. Okay, getting a bit more interesting here.
Bomb's going down, and Magic, he can go for this. Question is he going to be able to really solve the mystery as to where is this bomb? Where is it planted? Where do I gotta go? He seemingly has figured it out relatively quickly. Into the B site as he'll cross the vent, take some shots. Will he check his right? He comes back for the vent player. Pawn check could be in some trouble, but no, the quick headshot is landed. And Wisla gonna keep on rocking, get a second on the board script, but look at that team's secret cache. Double ops could be broken out. Back-to-back buys, in my opinion, are there already. And that just puts so much pressure for you to string together for some rounds now on this T side.
Oh, Chadka burning. Early mollies coming in to force Team Spirit into some awkward spots, but not do too much harm, at least initially. Another kind of slow start into the round. Looking to work their way through into some kind of an execute, but these were definitely taking their time on this one. They're really not going anywhere at the moment. Chopper, there you go. He will break the silence, finally. An awfully slow round from these two teams. Another one coming in. Magic's. It's not looking too good again for Wisla. I'd say that. Minio wins the fight against Mir. Meanwhile, somewhat of an off angle coming through here. Oh, high disbalance. Crispy shot from him. Okay, and Jedka does catch SDY off guard. So still keeping it kind of close, kind of competitive, at least in the last stages of the round. The beginning of the round, though, so heavily in favor of Team Spirit that they can just work off of that initial advantage, and they will indeed clean up for the 6th.
That was the heartbreak. I was hoping that the Visa boys were able to avoid Scriv. Now, looking at Shapiro, his cash is a little low, but his team can get 4 AKs, and it doesn't matter what he can buy, because everyone else is going in. Still very, as you would say, Scriv, I'm stealing a saying of yours, early days on this opening T side for the Visa boys, but need a bit more, in my opinion. And they're going to pick up the pace. Mir's going to be tested. Pinio in towards Mini. Chopper, second vent. Flash. Teammate gone. Chopper, does he find anything? No. Double entry from Boncheck. Now it's Mir's turn to deal damage. Coming in from the backside of Mini Scriv. Bomb's going down, and now Mir is smoked off.
Yeah, not looking good. Mir as well getting taken down through the smoke, I believe. The remaining 2 players will look to save. They've got plenty of cash, but there's no point throwing yourself at it needlessly, particularly when you have that AWP in hand. So, Wisla coming in with a quick one. Works really well for them too. Up to a 3rd. I mean, sure, it's a 3-round lead, right? 6-3. Kind of a harshest scoreline early on. It's not the end of the world. Okay, and Magic's taken a few names. That's pretty big, actually, because Wisla don't have a lot of cash in reserve. But yeah, you just have to look at the fact that it is the T side. So you would expect them to be a little further behind. If they can keep this up, right, where they're 2-3 rounds behind constantly, I think they can be pretty happy with that. As far as the T side half goes, taking that cheeky peek, yeah, both teams prevalent on the CT side. So 5-6 rounds here from Wisla. Could be pretty decent. Meanwhile, oh man, looking to push outside. He gets melted. Maybe thought he was inside the smoke. Not the case. Kind of playing with fire as well, spraying through the smokes on such low HP. But he stays alive. Meanwhile, the Poles drop a man down into secret real fast.
Yeah, they get Jedker down here, and he's just going to sit very attentive, hoping someone tries the vent drop. And Magix has to be careful, right? If he makes too much noise, he'll land right in Shapiro's loving arms. He's going to get cleared eventually, but that glass and doors gives him a bit of sanctuary, bit of cover, and a bit of safety. But as Hades works his way down here, Magix is going to need some assistance at some point. With 50 seconds on the clock, we can clearly say this is going to be a B hit. Question is, how do Spirit help him out of here, Scriv?
Magix. Really solid stuff. Looking for more. Nothing quite presenting itself just yet. I mean, they're fearful to approach him one by one, give him more frags, and you can see why. Stands so very strong at the back end of the catwalk. And gets Team Spirit their 7th, just like that. These were, unfortunately, unfortunately, trying to get this solid string, this, you know, really good momentum in their favor. It's just not coming. As every time they're under a bit of pressure, a bit of need to win this round feeling, Team Spirit, indeed, win the round.
Well, back to the pistols. The Wisla boys. Mir, typically always aggressive. He's going to run it back one more time. There's still a gap in that smoke, and they threw a second. Tagged up by some Die Young. Mir's turn to come through the smoke, only getting the one. Burrow, not really a fan of allowing his teammates to fall. Minio gets walked on by Chopper. Really cool play by him there. Throw the smoke, act like you're in vent, contact, walk up, isolate that player. Really, really well done. What else can they do here? They have the AK picked up from good old Mir. But Ida's balancing is up, looking to be the difference maker. A nice, quick, snappy shot off the mark, but look how quick he is repositioning in towards lockers. He even has the ramp player rotating over. That is Magic's, and he is gone. And the best Jedker can do here is maybe, and I mean maybe, get a plant. And I'm stretching it there.
Big stretch. Making a lot of noise now. Yeah, and as soon as he pulls that bomb out, will drop to Ida's balance. So the 8th round coming in for Spirit, as to be expected. Just to highlight for you guys, of course, the Esports Millions is back for Cup 4. So obviously the one for this cup has finished, but the one for the next cup is up at the moment. esportsmillions.gg. Take part for free. Answer 10 questions. You know, if you predict correctly, all kind of player scores and maybe the highest and lowest map scores, stuff like that. If you predict correctly, you can get yourself $1 million, perhaps. Pretty big. Pretty big for Minio as well coming in here, as he will manage to find the first frag. Some Die Young does drop him, but that 1-for-1 always working out for the T side, as it so often does.
Oh. Magic's backed up by Ida's balance. Things are getting a little rocky, Scriv, but the trades, honestly, decent for Spirit, considering the members they had there. As it leaves it all on Hades. Probably MVP of the tournament thus far, out of every player. And how does he somehow close out this 1v2? Someone is close door. That door still opens, but immediately closed, so he kind of has an idea that someone is hanging out around those doors as smoke fades. One comes out, and Hades is only able to get the one. SDY, aka some Die Young, will make sure that round goes in their favor. And the CT side from Team Spirit, I mean, a lot of it has to do with just winning duels. I mean, that's it. It's not that the Wisla guys are doing anything necessarily wrong. They just can't win those opening duels in Spirit. Exactly what they did with Gambit youngsters. Unreal trades.
Yeah, I think Wisla are just trying to brute force their way in, you know? There's some basic strategy there, but for the most part, they're employing a lot of speed and trying to find the frags, but it's just, yeah, like you say, not working. This Spirit team, pound for pound, as we always say, much, much better than Wisla, at least classically. Ooh, Chopper. Double through the smoke. Nade finishes off the third there as well. The desperate attempt at the vent drop coming in from Wisla. All going to be left onto Hades. A tiny bit of damage. 1 point of damage done to Chopper. But other than that, he has his work really cut out. Not able to find anything. And thus, see another round going the way of Spirit. Up to the double digits, mate. Looking good.
Progress. Progress. Double digits is a really good place to be. And let's be honest, this game only has been going on for, what, 15 minutes, Scriv? Not a long time. Hades. Up out again. Wisla boys, minimum 4, ideal 5. What does that mean? Well, they need to win one of the next two or win out. And it has to start with an opening pick from Hades, in my opinion. They got to be able to facilitate some sort of advantage and shift that into an execute. We haven't had too many successful A pumps. The ramp has been getting shut down, and even their secret crosses have been hampered by the lower player of Team Spirit just getting down there a bit earlier. Magic's been able to rotate down. This time it's high disbalance with the op. I'm not sure how ready they're going to be for him to peek up. As soon as that molly fades, high disbalance is probably going to start creeping in towards secret.
Yeah, they're still sticking around, looking to move up the stairs here, like you say. While Mir is distracting them, also doing some good damage. Actually finds a frag, and there you go. Idis balance catches him looking the wrong way, trying to go for the quick flick, not going to land. The repeat probably not going to come in, but then it doesn't need to. Mir finds the damage. Idis balance with the nade. Ponchek going to fall. This is masterful. Wow. Jedka the only one left, 1 versus 5. Again, another clutch situation required. 11 on the card, looking likely. Mir eventually goes down. He is indeed mortal, but once again, another great touchdown nade.
Is Mir mortal, though? I don't know. 15-8, 15-4 for Magix, and the Opovitis balance there. I told you they wouldn't expect him, and it works out to a T. Team Spirit, whatever plan they're implementing, they're always together, supporting each other across the board non-stop. And even when the Visa boys group up and try to take ramp or do an A-pop or go towards outside, they're immediately countered and met with aggression from Team Spirit. It's been textbook CT side nuke. You play the side holds early, you play those mollies, and then you expand. They've been able to send Magix down in towards B very early on, pulling Idis balance towards U-Hall, or J-Hall if you will, and worry about ramp. There's been really good rotates from Spirit that haven't really been hampered once by the Visa boys. It's an interesting little tidbit. In round 15, I mean, clearly the Visa boys need it, Scrib. I mean, desperately.
Yeah, desperately. Not looking too good at all. Let's see what the deal is. Moving their way through. Nothing really showing itself, though, so they're not fancying their chances so much here, Keith. Minute gone. Bit of pressure outside for Spiro. Other than that, not an awful lot coming here. The confidence that they once had, the speed that they were once employing that really didn't work, has gone out the window, so to speak. Oh, Magix and Idis balance to hold things down. Great angles here. Jedka does manage to find one, but Idis balance just too quick. Mollied out eventually, but that needed to come way earlier. First man in, maybe, needed to have that molly out. Perhaps he did, and he's taken down. It's difficult to tell. Minio, through the squeaky door, will find one, drops down, inspecting his knife.
There you go.
Maybe needed a gun. Yeah, and there's just not enough time, even if Hades does find this kill. Oh, God, walks past him, and Mirror will take him down. 12-3 for Spirit. Looking to clean things up here on Nuke and take us into that second map, Inferno, perhaps a little quick.
Yeah, so those are the two things I was pointing out. The quick rotate down vent from Mirror, he's already down there and prepared for that. They've isolated and locked out A. He's dropped his utility before he's rotated. The ramp player in Magix gets the comm in his headphones or whatever. Obviously he's wearing headphones. But he gets the comm that Idis balance is coming over. And what does Magic do? He plays the one angle that requires T's to wide swing you on ramp. If he's playing just ramp normal, like physically on that ramp, and playing the head angle and he dies, there's no trade potential. So he immediately plays tradable. He lets Idis balance rotate over. And that's just simply how they've been shutting down ramp, and the rest of the map is just good comms set up to trade nonstop. And I'm worried for the Visa boys here. As the game is paused, probably wanting to talk about things quickly, kind of get that moment of a deep breath in and mentally reset, because that was just Team Spirit every round nearly.
Yeah, kind of a reset, I suppose. Do them some good. But time will tell. Obviously had an issue earlier, right? So I guess that's why we're back here again. Little unfortunate. Of course, the grand final, the worst possible time for it. Hopefully back into the action soon. Because honestly, I'm not sure they want to be dwelling on this for too long on that Wisla side, on that CT side, where they look to get on to a strong start, and it will indeed be getting back into the action, Keith. So not waiting too long at all. Looking forward to this, see what the Polish boys have got in the back pocket. As I've said, both teams love the CT side of map. So I would hope that they can pick things up, get a bit of momentum before going into their own map pick.
It's got to start here, though, doesn't it? Oh, absolutely head peeled. Jedker is gone. How does Magic make that P250 sing so consistently? Event rotate is in from Hades, but I just balance have found the aggressive CT player. And this is even going to allow Team Spirit to rotate back up if they want. Bomb isn't even down here. Only a couple players crossed. Mirror will be tested. In fact, the CZ is what tests him, but you hear the bomb getting planted on A. Wisla had no choice but to really over-rotate Scrib, and they just immediately get punished for it. Spirit working across the map just to a T. Still a chance here for Hades, however. His teammates do fall, and he's all alone there. I think there's even a kit somewhere.
Ooh. Hades trying to fly in, not going to work. And yeah, Spirit, it does seem like they will be looking to close things out real fast here. Their nuke is pretty damn solid. It's kind of where they rose to prominence all that time ago. But, well, I don't know. I guess they're not the most successful team on it. These would definitely do play it. It just seems like not to this kind of level, I suppose. And for the first time over the past few days, they are having a pretty fat test. And like we said, Spirit, mentally and just attitude-wise, very prepared for this online Counter-Strike that can be somewhat unpredictable. Great shot to open up from Chopper. They look to just keep on continuing this tear. Reign of Terror right now, really sending a message to Wisla if they can deny them any rounds on this CT side.
Yeah, this is becoming a bit textbook from Team Spirit. They lose this force buy, and they're going to be buying for the rest of this game for the Wisla boys. And let's just be honest, Team Spirit are on one, hitting every shot they need. They've been a team that's been steadily improving. I think they've been in the top 30 for what feels like a while now, isn't it, Scriv? It's felt like a couple months. Spirit have been up there. Consistent roster for the most part. Growing as 5. Wisla boys trying their best, but the team play from Spirit, it's even in their name. It's just really good right now. Ponchak with a deagle. Can he deny the plant? He has an idea as to where it is, but even gets fired at by Chopper. Maybe saw him in the smoke for a second there. And there's the 14. These will have to buy right back. No choice. At least, you know, this time they get a scout and some utility, but it is... I don't know how else other to paint it than grim scrib, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel that, man. Absolutely feel that. They are definitely in this super tough scenario. Maybe, hopefully, for their confidence and mental and whatnot, they can pull a round back, but not looking too good at all. Idis balance to open up, looking to secure the 15th. Nice and easy, nice and simple. Playing wide outside, which is a great way to play against the pistols, especially when you do have the man advantage. Mir struggling with the KZ. Minio's in behind him. Knows he's up there. Not so sure about Garage, though. Yeah, he does keep checking behind him. I think eventually he's going to swing a bit too wide and spotted out, I suppose, on the minimap. Mir able to drop him, and there goes that hope, at least for now, for finding a free frag.
They need a kill. Visa know this. But is anyone on Team Spirit really going to give them one? In towards Mini, one player Heaven. There you have it. Jedker, that's an AK. They're coming in towards Mini still. Ponjek needs to worry about the Heaven player. Good headshot. Jedker, double spray, Scriv. This is what they needed. All the cards are on the table for Chopper. This is either game one or these are still rocking, and they are going to rock and roll into a fourth. 10 rounds behind. Team Spirit, money to buy. It's almost like the same can't necessarily be said about Visa Pack, but they'll make it work. And really, I think if they win this next, right, save for Hades is off, break it out, there's always a chance to run it back. But even if there's not a chance for them to win this map, they need some sort of confidence. They need to build some rounds. They need to start getting into the like kind of jive and mentality of things. It's kind of similar to how it started with MIBR Mirage, right? Getting run over, double ops running amok. Once they got in the over to the second half, they started to warm up, get some rounds. Was a little too late, but then next thing you know, next map they're on and they're running with it all. And the saving grace is the next map is theirs as well. So interesting little balance, I suppose, and similarities to be found.
Here we go. The run back. You believe?
Do I believe?
Yeah, in the run back.
Can I answer after this round?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. I'll get back to you.
I think even then the answer's a little difficult. But I guess slightly less so. Nonetheless, Mir chilling. Minyo, yeah, gonna bait, gonna peek into it, gonna bite. That's unfortunate. Will be the first kill going the way of Team Spirit. Solid stuff. As they're still not just bursting out, playing it kind of slow. Jedker in a great spot here at Dark to try and hold them down. Smoke will come in. Peeks to follow. Oh, timing going to be everything. Beautiful stuff. He was waiting for that nade to come in, and then he takes that last step backwards to find the head. Second doesn't come as easy. And the 4-on-3 not looking as good now, to be honest. 25 seconds, bomb plant will come through. And Spiro in a pretty good spot quickly, but he smoked off. Not much he can do. Not looking too good, but then Ponchek finding SDY on the back end of things. They do have a kit available, and they do trade quickly. Magic's, however, not expected. Spiro brings it down to the 1-on-1. It is planted for Magic's. Spiro's on low HP. Smoke comes in. Magic's with the wide swing, able to drop him, and there it is. Map point. Feel like I know what your answer is going to be now.
I, of course, believe. Nah, Scriv, I'll have to be honest. It's going to be a little rough for the Visa boys. As much as I want to believe and I love, as we mentioned earlier, a good underdog story. Nuke was just never meant to be, I suppose. They've never played a team as competent as Spirit is my guess, or at least not in a while. And Team Spirit have just run it over here on Nuke. They're going to pick up the pace and try to end this one. Mac 10 entry, and they're going to double in. Can Ponchek spray too? He can, actually. Really good control from that MP9. And with both players coming in from the heavens, they'll throw that one-way smoke on the barrel that we've seen a couple times before, and I think blew your mind a couple weeks ago when we saw it. There it is. And this will slow Team Spirit down, make them a little self-conscious, scare them out a little bit.
Yeah, it's pretty good smoke, dude. Really is. Fancy stuff. Love fancy stuff like that just kind of cheats the game ever so slightly. Magic's bringing it down to a 1-on-2. Minio now left with it all to do. Almost finds it through the smoke. If he had a few more bullets, not going to be the case though. Magic's on the Glock will drop him 16-4. That is a statement. Sure, it's not the best of maps for Wisla, but we were expecting a lot better from them due to what we've seen from them over the past few days. At least maybe double digits I would have expected. Not going to be the case. Now we move into Inferno, and it's a decent enough map for Spirit.